This is a clouds weather alert. Good Saturday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center coming on the air. I know we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Do not have any of those at this point, or tornado warnings. We don't generally come on when we don't have any watches or warnings, but we do have an advisory in play here, and we have that potential, of some severe weather here as conditions become more favorable in the hours to come further off toward the east. I know a lot of folks out and about, and we also have enhanced our covered area down to 38 counties here recently. So this gives me the ability to kind of come on here if things are just, right on the edge of becoming severe here. We can kind of walk you through things every step of the way. So as we kind of look here, you see from Mayo down toward the south and toward Dixie County, an advisory there. As I look at some of my systems, I see the information with that. That's till 10 a.m. for 40-mile-an-hour gusts for portions of coastal Dixie, coastal Taylor, inland Dixie, inland Taylor, and into Lafayette County. So again, that's kind of the storyline there as we give you guys the very latest. I know as we monitor the situation here this morning, we're going to be tracking things. I know one good bit of news as we look off toward the broader perspective. You can see toward Tallahassee, they're already, down there in terms of temperature, and we have had some storm accent come through, but they were in a more, unfavorable slot here for severe weather the way things turned out. Didn't we have, the overall parameters in play with the energy? So we didn't have any warnings there. That was great news. People still having that wet weather as they're going off and as they went off to graduation. FSU graduation this morning started at 9. So it's a situation here. We got kind of lucky there, but we have to just be careful because you see it's a lot warmer off toward Keystone and Gainesville at 70, both spots. I have 67 here east of Star because I'm looking at my thermometer here. That barometric pressure 1,010 millibars and steady as we look at the latest information here. I know we're watching to see maybe some destabilization. We're seeing about 500 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE there as we look at that blue slot. They're off toward areas there from Palatka towards St. Augustine. If I really narrow it down, at the center of that, we actually have maybe upwards of 800. So we're starting to see some conditions, become more destabilized here as we look and as we track. So we may start seeing some warnings pop up, as we give you guys the very latest. In fact, there you go. You just had your newest update there with that here at the bottom of the hour. So you kind of see here toward the coast twin like Levy County, quite a bit of energy down there. So we'll have to just watch, for the scenario to become more favorable for severe storms as we look and as we track things here on this Saturday, this May 2nd, 2026. I know the Storm Prediction Center put out a mesoscale discussion here a little while ago, as we were looking back in that 8 o'clock hour. They were talking about how they were watching here through at least 9:45, thinking about issuing a watch. A 40% chance of that with some increase in severe potential expected through the morning. Haven't had any warnings, so I don't think they're going to issue a watch here yet, but if things start to ramp up, they may, just go ahead and put a watch out here pretty quickly, in that general zone there of the blue circled area. I know in Georgia, I have really the descriptor about Florida. Georgia is looking like really not going to have a severe threat up there either because things are more stable. You see 50s and 60s, so it's a pretty confined area, but this does include Stark, includes Gainesville, Palatka, Ocala, as we're looking here. So we just have to be paying attention. We could get some warnings. Still can't roll a quick spin up tornado. I know as I read off the SBC discussion from earlier on, they said an extensive band of thunderstorms is ongoing this morning from the northern Gulf into the Florida Big Bend region. This area of storms is oriented roughly parallel to a cold front that will move southeastward through the day as a mid-level shortwave trough moves quickly eastward across Georgia and South Carolina and North Florida. Storms affecting the Big Bend have been elevated so far, and that's, that's what I was alluding to. We didn't have any warnings. We haven't had any warnings yet. We're jumping on, preemptively here just to try to see, for one, if we get warnings, and just really give you the heads up here further off to the east, give you an all clear for severe weather off toward Tallahassee. I know they're going to try to play some baseball there later this afternoon with the Seminole baseball team, so that's exciting. Maybe you have graduation, maybe I don't know if you're watching me on a live stream during graduation, but if you do, and then you get done with that, maybe you head over to the baseball game there this afternoon. The parents might be, I guess, but I know this is a special moment. Hopefully, folks are just kind of, severe threats over in Tallahassee. So if you jumped on the live stream real quick at graduation, just go ahead and go back to watching that graduation there this morning. So that's good news, but we have to be careful. We have the risk, we do have a risk further off toward the east. And I know it's a situation here where we have that richer moisture and stronger buoyancy, according to the Storm Prediction Center, that will spread northeastward across North Florida in association with a warm front increasing low-level southwesterly flow. And a strong deep layer shear will continue to support organized storm structures, including supercells and small bowing segments. If ongoing convection can become surface-based as it moves across North Florida, and that's the question, we get that energy, we get that instability, then things could here in a small part of our, local geography here. And in that case, we could see an increase in the wind damage and brief tornado threat. However, ongoing storms may outpace more favorable diurnal heating and destabilization, resulting in uncertainty regarding this magnitude and, coverage here, in terms of the severe threat. And a watch issuance, though, is possible if short-term trends supporting the maintenance of organized convection through the morning across portions of northern Florida. So that's the story from the Storm Prediction Center. As we're keeping you guys up to date, we're just trying to keep you guys informed here on everything. I know Preparedness.us already does have 618 customers in the dark in Suwannee County, 283 customers in the dark in Taylor County. We have marine warning activity out there toward the Gulf as well. So again, I'm just trying to keep you guys informed here on the situation. I know we have folks like Thomas watching on YouTube. I appreciate you tuning in and trusting me. But again, no warnings right now. That's great news, but things could change here. We have a significant weather advisory, a special weather statement in terms of, just being just under severe limits there toward portions, of Lafayette, northwestern Dixie, southeastern Taylor counties. So, that area and towards Suwannee County needs to be watched here as well. So, again, definitely trying to keep you guys up to date here this morning with the very latest as the situation does evolve. So, again, you can see here we're monitoring the scenario. I'm going to check some other information here. I know the latest SPC outlook has a risk here in play, a small 5% tornado risk there around Gainesville. In fact, includes about 500,000 people. So they did upgrade that here a little bit earlier on, but the wind risk, that's still slight, and then hail is marginal. So it's like tornado risk of 2 out of 5. Tornado risk down toward Gainesville, down toward portions of Gilchrist County, Levy County, Dixie County, Taylor County. Just a small sliver there in terms of that geography. So that's something to kind of take note of here as we look and as we track. In fact, I'm going to see if I can get a more hyper-local look at that up here for you guys as we keep you guys informed here this morning. Just trying to stick with you here. Try to give you guys that very latest information. So we're going to say the graphic from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman that they sent out a little while ago, and you can kind of see here what I'm talking about in terms of that 5% tornado risk. At least there's not a hatching of the risk, which would indicate the potential for a, EF2 tornado in an isolated nature. But yeah, definitely have that potential from about southern Suwannee County through Gilchrist and into Alachua, Marion, Levy, you have Dixie. Again, again, we're watching areas there. This is kind of from Perry southward down through, areas like Dunellen. So again, just be very mindful. That's where that greatest potential is. That's an increase from earlier on. So that graphic from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, as I continue to look, I know we have special marine warnings in play all the way, one of these boxes out to 12:15. So yeah, we're watching stuff over the Gulf there this morning. Definitely trying to keep you up to date on everything. Again, time right now 9:37 a.m. Let me go ahead and see here. We're going to try to pull up some traffic cameras in a moment. But let me go ahead and get back onto the Doppler perspective. We'll kind of get down to the hyper local level. You can see if we are watching some of the activity there in Lafayette County, just east of Cook's Hammock. I know we need the rain very badly because of fire danger. So, we have the severe threat. We take the rain, the beneficial rain, with the threat. We take the good with the bad here. And we're just going to continue to keep you guys informed. You see areas there around Steinhatchee. You can kind of get an idea here what we're looking at in toward parts of the area and parts of Dixie County here this morning. We're just watching the scenario and in parts of Taylor County. So again, we're just trying to keep you guys informed here for sure. You see that rain across parts of Dixie County, including the Cross City area. It's pretty light, though, in nature. We're using the Tallahassee radar. The Moody radar, unfortunately, is down as we're looking at this. That would help us see if the winds are a little stronger as possible. That's one of the, other reasons that came on, because we don't have the best radar coverage out here with that one radar being down as possible. Things could be a little bit stronger out here than we realize. There may be some rotation in there. It looks like rotation there. At least a loft between O'Brien and Branford. So we'll have to watch, but we're looking pretty high up here as I look at my heights. And I hear thunder here. East of Stark, by the way. This is at 7,000 feet, so you really wouldn't know if there's a tornado here or any wind damage potential around O'Brien. So we have to be careful. We generally have a radar a little bit closer, but again, this radar is down. You want to be able to, in terms of the meteorology, be able to see the winds lower down, as low as possible. You don't want to be in the cone of silence, which is right there at the radar site, like the Jacksonville radar is right here. So you don't want to be right in here and not be able to see things. But, otherwise, you want to be able to be at a distance so you can kind of see what's a little above the surface. They give you a better idea of where the winds are, in terms of what might reach down. But this is way up, so it's hard to say what's really happening out here. Let me check our instability values in that area, because that's kind of the, determining factor. And it looks like we don't really have much surface-based CAPE right now, but we have some of the other, values there of energy upward of 500 joules per kilogram, which I know I'm getting really technical, but we don't have a lot going on. So, folks that are really into meteorology may be watching here right now. And, this is not something where we have an urgent situation. So we're kind of, making this a little more long form. If we really have, warnings in play here, we'll be getting down there, to the very latest. But my point is, we're kind of right on the edge of this being surface-based, because as you look there, it's a situation where, again, right there around Branford and O'Brien, we don't have any surface-based CAPE, the energy for the storms to be able to get the wind potential down. But just to the south there, not that far south, around Hatch Bend, you have almost 1,000 joules per kilogram of energy. In Trenton, 1,300, Cross City, 1,600. So that's, a quick, shift there, in terms of the overall setup. With that, let me check the Tampa radar, because that might, it's looking kind of high up in these areas. But, we're just trying to give you guys the latest. That's not really helpful. I know they're kind of in not a great spot here, right now, with this radar situation out here toward the Swanee River Valley. Let me check Tallahassee, because again, we're normally using Moody there. It's about 8,000 feet up, so we're really high up with this morning, unfortunately, so we're not able to really tell. But again, I think they're not quite getting down here, these winds, because of the overall setup here with the energy. Now you see some wind speeds. You see a gust of 12 at Live Oak, 17 Valdosta. You can get that outside of the energy areas here as we track this morning. We just try to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. I know we're just trying to look at everything and put the storyline together, trying to keep you guys informed here as the situation does progress. I know just watching everything here for you to see exactly what could happen as we look at some of these different spots. We're just trying to see that overall storyline and see how things could come together. So we'll be watching here, and we'll be monitoring the scenario. But I know we did just get a viewer comment there in from Elisa this morning. I appreciate you tuning in and everybody tuning in on the different platforms, watching there in Northeast Tallahassee, and all good there. And that rain gauge showing a little over 2 inches. So that's really impressive here. That's what we need. We need a lot more, but that's a good start as we look at some of the storm totals, on radar. And sure enough, some of these read about 2 inches there as we're looking toward areas there around Northeast Tallahassee. So that's great news. You can see areas here out toward northern Wakulla. Some areas, this is showing closer to 4 inches. I know, let me get back last 12 hours here. I know this has been some really beneficial rain, and that's what we need. That's what we need here as we look at the situation. That's what we need here for sure. As I'm looking at some of the different modes here, you can see some of these, purples here. That's over 1.5 inches. It's a different color table, a different way of putting it together, but this is the last 12 hours. You can see up toward Thomas County, some of those spots there and toward Thomasville, closer to 2.5 inches. That's what we really need, and that's great news. I know we have this terrible drought situation, that we've been following here, as we look at our drought monitor. I mean, this is, not going to just wrap up the drought by any means. We need, feet of rain, at least into that, range over a foot, necessary here. But you can kind of see the exceptional drought toward Tallahassee, 2 inches without severe weather. We'll take that every day, here in terms of, you don't want it every day for 7 days in a row maybe, but, every other day here, we would take that for a good little bit probably as we look and as we track. We're not going to see that here necessarily. We're going to dry out after today, and we'll actually have like upper 40s here as we look ahead, in towards some of those overnight hours tonight, tomorrow, as we watch things. But you can see that drought is so significant. And then, as we look, Georgia, they've gotten a good bit of rain too in toward the Peach State here. As we've talked about, around Thomas County and then some of those areas further north. I know around Waycross, about 1/2 inch or so up there, on that fire area there, where things are a little bit better than they've been. Not so much in the last 12 hours, only about 1/10 of an inch, but we'll get some more here as we watch things, evolve. We'll be tracking them here for you in the Weather Center. I know that Georgia drought monitor, just not a good picture though, as we look up toward the Peach State. So again, just continuing to keep you guys up to date on all of this as we look at the Doppler perspectives. I'm going to go ahead and take off some of the live data here, and we'll go ahead in just a moment. It takes a second to get all this off, but and I'll need to make sure I put it all back on here for you guys. But we're going to try to go to some of the forecast modeling, and we'll start this off at 10 a.m., and that is behind, so this may get out of here a little bit quicker, even than some of the timelines that I've been gone over, because it's already toward Lake City, and this has it, generally not, in the exact spots or even, that close. It's pretty good ways off. So, as we track though, coming throughout the early afternoon, but then at least by 5 o'clock getting out of here at this point, it looks like with that severe potential as we look, I said 7 for the eastern areas earlier on. I'd probably say 5 now because it's moving pretty quick. You already have your wind shift back here. Your severe threat is over in Madison even, and in Perry, your severe threat's over. If you have the winds coming from the north like that severe threat's over really. But you have the winds coming from the south and the west here, and then that means you still have that severe weather threat, the south wind coming on in, bringing in some of those more favorable conditions. We have our, our dew point there, 66 here east is dark. Let me go ahead and show up put up some of the other dew point values here on the screen. You see 70 there in Keystone, 68 Gainesville. So, when you get about 60, that's your determining factor here in terms of, still having some of that potential. There's other things that play into it. But look at those values here, again, they've talked about where we're at. We're at 66 on Maya weather station. They're at 70 in Keystone, 70 Palatka. They're definitely in a spot here where things could evolve. It's not a guarantee, and we want just the beneficial rain, but we, got to be vigilant here as we look, as we track things here, as we give you guys the very latest information on this Saturday morning, this May 2nd. Again, we haven't had any warnings yet in terms of ones over land. We have marine warnings, but we wouldn't always necessarily be on if we didn't have warnings or watches. We may still very well think we'll still get some warnings here. We've gotten lucky so far, but the conditions are still on track here to become more favorable for some severe weather potential over the next little bit. But, once you get that wind shift there, things will become, pretty much, I would say very unfavorable for severe weather, as you look behind that, pretty much zero chance. I don't want to say just absolute zero, weird things can happen, but in this pattern, I mean, you're cooling off. I mean, down back there, I'm talking about right behind maybe, but probably not. I would say it's pretty much not going to have that severe chance. Once you have that wind shift here, there's winds coming out of the northwest there in Tallahassee, 60 degrees of temperature there, 59 in Quincy. As we're watching things, it's 55 degrees in Bainbridge there. If, you're watching from that area, it's 55 in Thomasville. Pretty cool, light jacket weather, even windbreaker weather here on this Saturday morning. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest on the situation as we keep you informed on all the different platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. It's all about protecting you, informing you, your friends, your family. Right now, nothing's been severe, and that's great news. We're on just to kind of give you the latest more than anything, let you know what's happening, as this, is something where, so many folks writing about with college graduations. You want to know what's going on here, so that's what we're doing. As I'm looking at some of the latest here, checking to see if we have any new updates from the Weather Service, either in Jacksonville, the Weather Service in Tallahassee, or for our Levy County viewers, you guys, that's the Tampa Weather Service area of responsibility. Not seeing anything new here the last half hour or so, really, but continuing to watch here as the statements come on in. So, again, we're just going to go ahead and keep you guys informed here this morning. We're just trying to keep you guys up to date. I know I promised some traffic cameras, so let me go ahead and we'll go ahead real quick and see the Doppler, and then I'll see which cameras may do the best job here. I think Lake City. So we're going to zoom into Lake City on Doppler here, and you can kind of see there Lake City, the wind field there. We have some heavy downpours, lightning there, maybe, around the Columbia area. There's a weak rotation, quite honestly. Just be careful there because, we've had stuff like this before. I know it's right there. It's just north, it looks like, here where we'd have the surface-based, energy. And that's, what we're talking about, and what Storm Prediction Center was talking about with that limiting factor. And that's obviously some great news. We get the rain without, the severe potential really coming to fruition here. So, in spots, not, everybody maybe. It's not an all clear, and dark or anything like that yet. We still got a little ways to go, probably at least a couple more hours before we can even think about that, but maybe a little bit longer. But we'll watch to see how the boundaries set on up here as we monitor the situation here this morning. I said we're going to pull up some traffic cameras, so let's go ahead and pull up I-75 at mile marker 422.8 / State Road 47. It's going to be a Florida 511 perspective here on the situation on a slick road. I mean, we haven't had much rain in a while in spots, and just that can cause some accidents. People traveling for graduations here, very busy on the road. So you got to be vigilant. I mean, you can still have danger even if you don't have warning. You got to watch out for that lightning. We do have some of that electrical energy here this morning. If you don't have the rain over those areas when that happens too, you can have fire situations start. So, or even, it's just something that you could have the wind pick up in a spot, and that could kind of reignite some of that danger here. So just have to be careful with that here. I know we have fire weather warning in play downstate a little bit as we monitor the situation. We're watching some of that here for you in the Weather Center, not in our coverage area. Here. That's the good news. But, as I go ahead and take it out of velocity mode, let me go ahead and see what we have. You can see down there, down toward like Osceola County and Brevard County. That's where we have some fire danger today. Some of those conditions are a little more favorable for that. So have to be careful there. Still have this significant weather advisory out toward areas there toward the Gulf Coast there this morning. You also have areas here in the Gulf itself, quite a bit of lightning down there. You see it, by the way, I got there. Franklin, 26 miles an hour there, Franklin County around Apalachicola. Of course, we are enhancing our coverage area. So, maybe this, why things are quiet in terms of any warnings. I think it'd be a good time to just show you guys, what we're doing. We're making quite a few upgrades here as we look ahead. This isn't necessarily an upgrade in terms of anything, except it gives us more time to, focus on the 38 counties that we now cover, which I'm going to say here on the graphic source again as we continue to watch things here this morning. We continue to keep you guys up to date. And, as of yesterday here, we've been talking about it for a few weeks. We're, narrowing that coverage area down so we can get a little bit more focused on things here. So you can see Gaston, Leon will color east. So we're still covering all the Florida counties we covered before, except for Liberty and Franklin. They have their own broadcast meteorologist toward the Panama City market and their own digital meteorologist over there as well. So in toward that Panama City market, there's two counties, Liberty and Franklin, part of the Panama City DMA, and then you have, we're not covering Seminole County, we're not covering all through Albany anymore. Granted, if you have something where we have a warning like on the edge, we'll be on because, if it's impacting any of the 38 counties, we'll be on. We were on for all this tornado warning storms moving to the 62 counties since late 2019. So, you have great TV station there in Albany, Georgia as well. That'll keep you guys covered. Where I interned back in 2018, WLB, for Albany and Adel and things like, and those communities, along those lines, communities like those, Tipton, Tift County. So make sure you're watching up that way. But, as we look here, we're narrowing it down so we can get, more, information out, in terms of the details. We want to be able to kind of break things down in a more detailed way, really get down to the nitty gritty, to be quite honest here. And that's, that's what we're going to be doing. We have, many upgrades underway, but, in terms of this, we still have great technology to, be able to see what we're tracking here this morning. And that's, some lightning there in North Columbia County. Again, if this was surface-based, we might have a warning on this, but the thought process is this is just kind of a loft here with this spin that's going on. We just have to be careful because if we start to get something to become surface-based, then that could be problematic here. St. Johns County might be an area to watch, just looking at how some of these are tracking. We're getting some of the energy to nudge up there a little bit. Just a heads up earlier, for you guys, just early heads up. And then, I don't know, where Levy County, we're watching, there's a lot of energy down there. It could also dip down more into like Citrus, just that side of the area. Let me switch over to that map for you guys here so you see what I'm talking about. So you have this stuff out here in North Columbia County, but we have, we don't have anything underneath in terms of like the colored table, with the energy values, 1,500 plus joules per kilogram, but you have nothing here. And if we had that, then we'd be able to maybe get some of that wind down to the surface. We're getting the rain down to the surface, though, and that's great news. Now, you are getting some lightning, which is not so great, but not severe, not even an advisory on this because of it not being surface-based, where we have the overall weather pattern here, coming into play. We have the winds already shifting, Perry, Madison, Valdosta, your severe threat's pretty much over. And that's great news, obviously, getting the rain without the, adverse consequence of severe weather. And that's what we like to see here. That's great news, folks. We may end up getting that here in a good bit of the area, the way things are shaping up. But, we got to just stay vigilant here. Things could change on us. And there are still pockets of pretty decent energy. And you have, look at that supercell composite. I heard a thunder here east of Stark, by the way. I don't know if my mic picked that up. I am using a wireless mic versus just our system here picking up the microphone, sound now. So, you might not be able to hear the background noise as much, but that was a pretty, good rumble of thunder. But look at the supercell composite down here on Cedar Key, about 3. That's, this is enough. If we got to watch this stuff in the Gulf here, in Levy County. Definitely pay attention down there, Marion County, to Allen. And some of the analogs, Gotta watch down there, and sometimes the radar is, hard, gonna have a harder time detecting things because we're looking higher up. So down there's gotta be an area to watch as we look ahead here, as we track things and give you guys that, important information here. Gotta pay attention down there, Levy and Marion. I mean, they're at 78 in Ocala right now. They're really warming up down there. Let me go ahead and put on our visible satellite. And you can see there were some breaks here, even in the clouds down there, to allow, some of that sun to come through maybe and destabilize things a little bit. So that's something to watch, even though a lot of the areas going to look at and just get the rain without the adverse consequences. Levy and Marion might not be as lucky. So we got to pay attention here as we look and as we track here, because we get breaks in the clouds here, as we're looking and as we're watching things down that way, can allow things to warm on up as we're looking in toward that zone. So again, just continuing to give you guys these latest details. I appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me on the different platforms here this morning. Just going through everything. Time right now, 9:58 on this Saturday morning. Let me check the Preparedness numbers right now toward Preparedness.us, Preparedness.com. You have Suwannee County, 648 customers in the dark. Taylor County, 283. I mean, lightning can cause preparedness. These are not that significant. Leon County, 552 customers in the dark there. I know you see some of the lightning, by the way, here. Heard that rumble of thunder a moment ago, and just kind of backing this up. It's, I'm in around Stark here, by the way, if you're wondering. Here, just east of Stark. But it may have been this lightning strike, or maybe it was this one. Or something like this one here that I heard. Maybe I would kind of guess it's probably that one because that was more recent. But you just never know here as we look, as we track on the Doppler, hearing those rumbles of thunder. You haven't heard that too much here the last, good bit. We had those storms back in March that packed a punch here as we were looking, as we were tracking things, toward the area, as we were giving you guys the very latest here on things. Hearing that thunder again. Whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors. Some of that could be cloud to ground lightning, not just cloud to cloud. So, again, something to keep in mind. I know. And I'm going to change this here real quick because I have the header on here for Monday, and this was in March. I'm going to say you just to look back here. And give me a second. Because, we had those warnings around, stuff right on the edge of severe, as we look down toward the Hampton area in Bradford County. Just getting this ready in my graphics. It's the one-man band here as we're at the top of the hour, but you can see here that we had some tree damage back in March from some wind coming through. We haven't had much in the way of storm actions since, so we were keeping tabs on that here for you in the Weather Center. Back then, that was a long day. Today shouldn't be quite as long as that one was here. I have not had any warning, so technically I don't have to be on right now. So that's something to reiterate. But, you guys are curious maybe what's going on, and I want to be here with you as we, walk you through it, because we had, that threat technically go up a little, and, for that tornado risk and, toward a small portion of the area. We haven't had any formal warnings, though, but and Ocala, especially at 78, that's a red flag to me, down there, because, that's really destabilizing down there in Marion County as we look toward that area. So, if I'm, thinking we have, that, chance of a tornado in our area today, I'm thinking Marion, I'm thinking Levy County, those spots, that's where it'd be more likely as we look at the overall situation, more likely here to get some of that tornadic potential here as we look ahead, maybe, into the early afternoon around that lunch hour as you're grabbing a bite to eat, or maybe even, just past that 12 o'clock hour, give or take. There's still a ways to go for those folks. As we look down there, we just have to be very mindful of what's going on and pay attention, of course. I know as I'm going to go ahead and go through some things here, going to go ahead and go through some more information. I know as you're watching, to another factor to keep in mind this morning, and while ahead, some folks maybe in like Dixie County have storm anxiety because he went through Idalia, he went through Hurricane Helene, Idalia in 23, Helene in 24, as you're watching things, something just to be, very cognizant of as we look. And, same story in Taylor County, around Decoy Beach. You just have had some of these storms, and heavy showers move on through. Down there, some of you have storm anxiety, so you're concerned, even if you have just the potential, don't actually have anything really come to fruition, even a rumble of thunder, if you were there maybe during one or both of the storms and didn't evacuate, you're nervous here. Just, remain calm. We haven't had any warnings, haven't had any watches. That's great. We're, underachieving right now. Marion County, Levy County, it may not be as lucky, but we'll just be continuing to monitor things. Not a guarantee they're going to get it down there either, but I know Helene, looking back at their radar there in 2024, that storm system had 140 mile an hour max sustained winds. Today we're talking about, 60, 70 in the worst storms, in terms of the damaging straight line winds. If we had a tornado, maybe we get winds just over 100, but that'd be in a very isolated pocket. This was a much more widespread event geographically. And I mean, it went all the way up to the Carolinas and caused so many fatalities up there with the flooding in the mountains. But, in our area, we had big problems too, in Lowndes County as well. We had some big problems up toward Valdosta and Eccles County. There you see on this map, of course, Jefferson and Madison. I mean, it's crazy this happened. Idalia in 23 and Helene hit in almost the same spot in 24. And we thought Idalia was a once-in-a-generation storm, and then Helene happened. So you just never know. The weather can be very unpredictable around here as we're looking, as we're tracking. Just have to be very cognizant. I mean, as we look back at some of the photos there, like towards Cedar Key from, NOAA, you can see all that damage. A lot of this has been cleaned up, obviously, but it's just a crushing blow to have this happen, People watching across the country, we had Idalia in 23, and then, watching our local coverage here, and then we had Helene here in 24. It's just awful what happened. This is Keaton Beach in Taylor County, and, Decoy Beach that we were just alluding to a moment ago. Just terrible, terrible in terms of what happened. I'm not going to have anything like that today on that widespread level. I mean, worst case, we get a tornado to touch down in a very isolated area there in Levy. Marion maybe is where I'm thinking right now would be that greatest potential. Maybe still got to watch Dixie a little bit. Dixie County, you see a significant tornado parameter. It's about a third, 1/3 there in terms of that fraction. Some spots getting closer to 0.5. You can see our energy values here, the yellow indicating 1,500 to about 2,000 joules per kilogram. You see over 2,000 there, far southern Levy, and out of our area around Crystal River and towards Citrus County. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. And look how warm it is downstate, by the way, mid-80s already. Wow, that is like summer. I mean, it is May. But, you have the cool weather to the north, as we look here at the overall pattern, some spots a little, warmer to the west. But, I mean, look how cool it is in some of our areas this morning. 55 there in Decatur County, 55 in toward Thomas County, 59 in Lowndes County and Valdosta there. So if you're waking up, again, good morning, everybody. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, giving you guys the very latest on the weather situation. I know we're watching things, in Baker County, I know Lusty, you're getting into some of these heavier downpours this morning. As we're looking out that way, again, we have not had any formal warnings. That's great news. That is great news here as we're looking at the overall situation. Great news here for sure. We need the rain. We don't want the severe, but we just got to continue to pay attention here. Just got to stay vigilant, obviously, as the situation does evolve. I know. Let's pull up a camera on the traffic source from Florida 511 in toward that western Baker area, not, too far away, from that Osceola National Forest. And we'll go ahead and pull this one up. You'll be able to see the slick conditions on the road. So we'll go ahead and switch to the traffic source. And you can kind of see here what we're talking about, what we're watching for And you can see this is I-10 there, a mile marker 317. You're looking out that way, and you can see how things are slick. By the way, I know the camera must have had a reset. This is not the year 1970, that's for sure. But that's what it's showing there this morning. I guess the time, date, scenario, not quite right. Neither one of them. If you're looking on that. But the point is that this is 4-5-1-1 perspective. I-10 and mile marker 317. Again, we make a little more jolly here right now because we've not had any warnings. We normally cannot be optimistic in severe coverage. Right now, this is not technically severe coverage. It's just round storm coverage. We have not had any formal warnings, so that's great news. We want to keep it that way. Cross our fingers that things stay, we don't get warnings. I think that's going to be the case for most of our area based on what I'm seeing, but Levy and Marion could be the exception. You need to be really charging your devices down there because things could be surface-based. We could get that wind that's aloft in the overall meteorological pattern down toward the surface. So we need to be paying attention, down that way as we look and as we track. So again, that's, a camera view there, though, out of, western Baker County this morning. Let me go ahead and zoom the map down. You see some light to moderate rain in northwestern Bradford County and eastern Union County. We need the precip. We just started seeing some measurement. 1/100th there on my rain gauge here east of Stark. So that's a start on this Saturday morning as we're tracking. And some of this stuff over the Gulf here. You can kind of see we're seeing it moving east at 30 knots. So let me just kind of get an idea of a storm track on this here. Let me go ahead. It looks like about maybe a little over an hour away from maybe Cedar Key. So if you went there to do some fishing this weekend, you got, if you're in the water, in the actual Gulf, well, you need to just go ahead and get back to land. But if you're right there, you got a little more time. But if you're starting to hear that rumble, there's rumbles of thunder. It might not be, much, even though they're still a little ways away. You got to be careful, too, because I know it's not necessarily strikes from the blue like you can get in summertime, but definitely can get some lightning away from the apparent thunderstorm. I mean, you have some of the precip, and then you have lightning 7 miles away from rainfall there as we looking over land. Look at this. We have a lightning strike there just east of Horseshoe Beach. If you had to look real close, I'll put it on here. I mean, that is 12 miles away from precip, so, from the west, and then about 7 miles from the north. So, yeah, you can get lightning, and some of that could even be cloud to ground away from the worst of this. So, got to be careful here. You can see in Bradford County getting some lightning. There are a couple strikes, occasional lightning zone up around US 301 between Stark and Lodi here this morning on the Doppler radar. So, again, we have not had any formal warnings. I think that's important to keep re-emphasizing. We generally don't come on. Very rarely, occasionally when I see like rotation around Stark, I'll come on. We don't have warnings. I think, this is a situation. I feel like this situation that we should just jump in for. We have so many folks on the road. We have that potential. We have seen technically the risk went up there, for tornadic activity in a small part of the viewing circle here. So we just need to be vigilant, but we have not had any formal warnings so far. And that is the great news. So, in terms of that risk going up officially, and, I kind of agree with this based on looking at our parameters because it's a stark differential, big differential here as I say this SBC graphic. You can see here this 5% tornado risk. Theoretically, that'd be enough for a watch. That may not be a big enough area for a watch, but, in general, we've got to watch from Gainesville down toward, Ocala and Dunellen and over, towards, you have Cedar Key and Williston and Chiefland. You have Bell and Trenton. You have in Dixie County, you have areas there, of course, like Cross City and Horseshoe Beach. So, again, that's where we have a bigger risk for some tornadic activity. And I'll move, I can't really move it down. We can see at 5% there on this instead of what we have as a 2% risk here. As we're tracking things, I'll just go ahead and take off our corner thing real quick. The 2 to 4% is the green. The brown is a 5%. So again, something to keep in mind here this morning. I know I have weather alert up, and I kind of just had it. It's kind of boilerplate in a way because we didn't have any warnings. But I wanted to put something there. Technically, we had a significant other advisory and jumped in. I mean, that's not much. And we would, on summertime days, that's not that, big of a deal in terms of like needing to be on. Now, again, we don't have to be on right now. We don't have any formal warnings, but in the summertime, you have those all the time, and we wouldn't be on, obviously for every one of the advisories here. As we look ahead, we are narrowing our covered area down, so warning, this is kind of the heart of the covered area, with some of this potential, may even be just a little south of Stark and Bradford's the heart. The way things are shaping up, it might be a little bit more confined, that severe potential. But we're going to have to keep on watching for a few more hours, maybe, maybe still, maybe even a little past a few hours, but not by much probably, but we'll continue, to watch here, continue to track, continue to monitor, just trying to keep you informed. That's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather. Just trying to give you guys the very latest. I don't know if you have planes here and the like, obviously some of this could, cause some flight delays in some instances. So something to kind of keep in mind. I know some different things going on with the airlines here this morning, if you've been following, national media and the like. So this could, on a hyperlocal level, have a little bit of an impact on some of those flights here this morning as we're looking at, as we're tracking. I'm look here, some flight tracking real quick. And I mean, most of them are going across though, but I mean, some of these spots, you have to be a little more careful at times or might have trouble taking off, and some of this, we shall see in terms of all that. But again, I mean, a lot of them are going through some of this here. As we look, you always got to watch out for that potential for turbulence here and the like here in terms of the overall weather setup. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. 60 degrees Tallahassee. And we're at 68 here east of Stark. I mean, I don't want to say our severe threat's over here in Bradford yet because of our wind direction, but it's visibility is 4 miles, by the way, at Keystone Airport there, if you're wondering. But it's a situation here where things are looking better in terms of severe, further up because we don't have that surface-based cape. You're getting some of that rain ahead. That's some great news, obviously. Some really good news here. Getting the rain without the, and mostly the adverse consequences. It's a, I mean, I noticed it in the night looking at some of the models that were starting to, ramp down on some of this for these areas further up. But they're going to be careful further south. I'm going to check I can't show it. Well, I can show it on the air, but, I haven't shown it. I can't show it on the other source. But I'm going to check our supercell composite forecast here down towards some of these spots because I wanted to see if it's it still shows some up further north here at 2 o'clock, which I'm not sure. I mean, at this point, our energy, you check the energy values here. But it still has a little bit of that energy coming back up into towards Stark and Jacksonville here around 2 o'clock. The way this is going, just, looking at the current weather, we'll watch it. I mean, so that's why I can't give you an all clear yet, but I kind of think if that's going to happen, that probably happened just south, Gilchrist, Alachua, and then it may, edge as far east and north as into St. Johns County. But we'll see here. We'll monitor it here and stay vigilant, obviously, as we keep you guys informed on this Saturday morning. It's something, I mean, the kids, they might be up watching the cartoons that are on this morning, and the educational programs, things like that. But trying to be, educational here as well with some of the, weather information that I'm giving you guys here this morning. It's not a big deal. Things are underachieving so far. Levy and Marion, we still got to be careful, though. Let me put the temperature up. Let me take off these fire weather warnings, and we're just going to watch the angle on this here. I'm going to try to put a loop on this because, we can see the arrows, but sometimes it's better to watch this here. Yeah, even Dixie will watch, but Levy and Marion, probably Citrus and Downstate out of our area will be watching too, but you can see some of this here in the Gulf. Yeah, watching something like this here, because that has a lot of energy, and then that, at least might clip, like Levy and then maybe Dunallen or something. We shall see here. It's kind of hard to tell when we're in the Gulf out there. We're still a little ways away with the overall geography. So, I mean, I'm looking at some of the mileage here. We're 35 miles away from Cedar Key on some of this. 45 in other spots. So again, we're just going to continue to watch. Let me go back to the broad perspective here this morning. Again, look at all the energy. I mean, it's down there in Levy County. I mean, these yellows are 1,500 joules per kilogram. Most of the area is not getting that, and that's what's precluding the severe risk. You have that even in Dixie County. We'll have to see how that kind of, let me back that up just a little bit here, because it'll eventually back up some into the Gulf. Just still kind of have to watch how that angles across in case that does somehow edge all the way up into Bradford County. It's not impossible. It can happen that way, but I'm thinking like Dixie to Gilchrist to Alachua through Putnam, maybe Southern Clay, and into St. John's south here at this point is probably where we'd have that severe potential. You know, it may even just be Levy and Marion for us and further south otherwise, maybe Flagler or something. Though the way it, you know, the county line is, you know, it may be a little far north for that here. You know, just the southern periphery. But with the angle of these, you know, we'll be watching, we'll be tracking, you know, just to see if the energy, I mean, you're getting some of that's out on the edge here. So we'll continue to keep you guys informed. Again, we're live with you. Again, we have not had any warnings. You know what? I'm going to do something because I don't want people to think I'm overhyping this. Let me go ahead and I'm going to change something here real quick. I'm not trying to overhype this by any means, but I just want to be here for you. It's kind of a, you know, Saturday morning. You're curious about what's going on. You want to go to the grocery store. You want to go, you know, maybe out for a movie here or something as we look ahead in the timeline. You want to know what that Doppler looks like. That's if you're not already like going to a graduation, of course. You know, maybe you want to go out to FSU baseball, a doubleheader against, I believe it's the Pitt Panthers that are in town. You know, the weather should be clearing out over there, but let me switch this up here real quick. I don't want to have weather alert in the corner. Since we've been on for so long, we haven't had any warnings, so I'm going to go ahead and put it up in the corner here. I don't normally do this. We're doing some different things here. We're going to have, you know, big upgrades coming, but we don't have them in play quite yet. But we have some good technology still here, and, you know, just no warnings here as we're looking, as we're tracking. I know we have the marine warning, but for land is what I'm saying with that. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. In fact, you know, we're just going to go ahead. I'll go ahead and just, we're live. I'll go ahead and type it out. No warnings now because this could obviously change here as we look, as we track. So again, we'll continue to watch, you know, we'll continue to monitor things as we look here at the overall situation. So again, let me see what else I want to say you guys here this morning. Again, I appreciate you tuning in here and trusting me. We watch over the Gulf there. We're going to watch that small sliver. I know. Let's pull up the model for Tallahassee because you have the baseball game and, you know, set of baseball games coming on up here. The doubleheader. You know, as we look ahead. I believe it's 2 o'clock, but let me just make sure that I'm going to look it up here just to make sure. 2 o'clock. Yeah, that's the first game. You know, there in Tallahassee at, you know, Dick Howser Stadium at Mike Barton Field. So as we continue to give you guys the very latest. I know Bradford County's own, you know, from over the decades, Terry Vaughn, he's the PA announcer there for the baseball team. So that's always fun. When you listen to the stream, you can kind of hear them in the background. So that's always fun, you know, to be able to, you know, listen to when you're watching on like ACC Network Extra, things like that. But as we go ahead and, you know, look here, FSU baseball, we're going to go ahead and look here at the information in terms of the model, and by 3 o'clock you see it clearing on up there. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, you know, as we look at the Doppler radar, you can kind of see here things clearing out in terms of the forecast Doppler radar. Let me back it up though, because, you know, we're still seeing some of the moisture this morning. This is noon here as you look on the clock, you know, as we progress things, you know, as we keep you guys up to date. We're just watching things kind of move on out here, and that's, you know, hour by hour there, and that's good news there. But it's going to be kind of cool. Let me put up our temperature forecast over there as we look toward Tallahassee. Okay, so this is around, let's see, what is our time on this? This is going to be 3 o'clock there in Tallahassee. We're seeing 62 in this yellows. Yellows are 60s, greens are 50s. This is still showing warmer air here in toward Bradford here at this point, which, and especially Putnam and Flagler. I mean, wow, I'm surprised by this, honestly. It's showing this warm. It's still an 85 in Flagler. If that's the case, if it stays that far north, that potentially would still have that severe weather, potential in play here, but obviously right now, I don't normally use I haven't used this in a while, but, we're going to be switching systems soon. Might as well use what we have here on this, use everything we have before we switch, everything up here with the upgrade in, weeks and months to come with the exciting announcements. Just kind of, use everything we have with this. You can see the greens. This is current temperature, in terms of analysis. I'll put actual readings on, but you see 50s there in the green, 60s in yellow. Some of these don't match up perfectly because these are estimates, but really, if you're in the orange, that's a good delineation point. Orange area south, from that line where it goes from yellow to orange, you still have at least a severe potential for now. We won't rule it out, but if you're in the yellow, the green, it's probably not going to turn severe here, I wouldn't think. You look at those dew points. Look at 75 in Cross City. That's remarkable and not really in a good way. So just got to still be careful there in Levy County here. This is definitely not an all clear by any means as we look here as we track the situation. We're trying to keep you guys informed. Again, we don't have any warnings, and that's great news, obviously, as you're tuning in here this morning. No local warnings. That's what we like to see here. But that could always change. We have not had any formal warnings here. And, we sure hope it stays that way. It may not in those far southern zones, though. And that's why we're here. We're trying to give you guys the very latest here. We're trying to keep you guys up to date. So, hearing some of that rain come down here. Used to start up to 5/100ths on that rain gauge. As we're looking here, you can see some of that wind coming in from the south. And that still allows for destabilization in some of these spots. When you see the arrows, the wind comes in from the north. Severe threat not really going to be in play. I know another thing, talking about FSU baseball, going to be watching for that wind here, because that can have an impact on the game in that direction we just alluded to. But yeah, we could have still winds, as we look out there this afternoon, maybe 10, 15 miles an hour there. So that'll be something to watch. And tonight, low 50s, upper 40s for the temperature. So that's something to keep in mind. Again, supercell composite here, you can see as we're looking, again, that's something to watch. It's, toward Cedar Key there, toward Otter Creek, Dunellen. We're going to be paying attention. Romeo, Inglis there, far southern parts of the area. There's, that corner there. Your significant tornado parameter. You have a little bit of that in that zone. Your helicity, even have some of that getting up into toward Alachua County. Toward Gainesville. Up here, I wouldn't worry about it, but down here, we still pay attention a little bit. Granted, I just gotta wonder with some of this light rain coming in like this, if that's gonna really just, from that spot up points northwest, that may just, completely eliminate that severe threat. We just watch that far, that corner of southwest corner really of north central Florida for like Levy and Mary and maybe Dixie. I mean, you're getting some of this into Dixie now, so let's check here some of this because this could start to, we just had a gust to 18 at Cross City Airport there in toward Dixie County. As we keep you guys informed, keep you guys up to date. Just going through everything here this morning for you. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. Just checking here. Just trying to keep you guys, informed here, minute by minute. I know you look at Cross City, of course, we, have all the storms we're talking about, Helene, Dahlia. I mean, y'all had Debbie come on through there back in 2024. We were giving you guys those latest details on Debbie, minute by minute, as we were looking at that situation, as we were keeping you guys informed there. I mean, And in fact, let's take a look back at, across city, some power flashes we had during Hurricane Debbie there back in 2024. We were tracking it live for you here in the Weather Center. So again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. So again, just kind of looking back on that, as I mean, they've been through a lot down there in Lower Dixie County. Just trying to give you guys the latest on what's going on. There, of course, we've had Helene, we've had Adalia. As we look at the overall situation, of course, Adalia is such a terrible storyline. That we've covered here for you in the Weather Center. I'm just going through everything here. We'll never forget covering Adalia here in the Weather Center back in 2023. That was such an impactful storm as we were looking out that way. Some of these other zones here. Just important to kind of keep in mind as we continue to give you guys the very latest. 10:28 a.m. is the time. It is a Saturday morning here, May 2nd, 2026. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Again, trying to keep you informed. But again, we have not had any formal warnings today. We've underachieved so far. And for most of the area, I think we are going to underachieve. We're getting things not to quite come into play with the severe threat, but it could be a different story in Dixie and especially Levy and in the Marion. So we have to just pay attention here in the next, few hours, give or take down that way. We still got to pay attention here for maybe some warnings. So just got to be vigilant down there. Have multiple ways to get those alerts. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. Let me go ahead and check the wind mode here. We're going to go to base velocity. And you can see here, you have Steenhatchee to Horseshoe Beach. It's talked about some of those areas. You can see a little bit of wind enhancement here, kind of coming up right across city. We may get a significant weather advisory on this here because this would be surface-based. You had 18 earlier, and this could be a little bit stronger. So may get a significant weather advisory, I would say, for cross city over the next little bit. It's a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. Dixie County power outages, we don't have any listed so far. Suwannee County is the leader in the state, 773 customers in the dark, according to Preparedness.us. Leon's at 649. Clay County actually has 368 here in our Florida zones, and then Taylor at 269. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed. I know we see the traffic camera back in 2024 in Cross City, one of those, and we'll go ahead and show you right now a live look at a traffic camera there from parts of Dixie County. Now, these aren't the best. I think these got put up before Adalia, actually. But, some of these more rural areas, you don't have as good of internet and different things. I don't know if that's the reasoning behind it being blurrier, but, we'll take it. We don't have any on the Florida 511 system here in Bradford County. But we'll see this live look here at the traffic camera in toward parts of Dixie County, US 19/98. At County Road 351A/223rd Avenue. You can see some of the darker clouds there. In fact, I have to look at the top left of the screen a little bit. So that's kind of the storyline there. Let me go ahead and continue to look here. We'll pull up US 10/US 90, or actually it's US 19/98 at Northeast 210th Avenue. We'll go ahead and pull that up here. On the traffic source of Florida 511 perspective. As we look across city here, you see some of the darker skies here. The conditions not severe, not even officially strong, but they are deteriorating a bit there in the word cross city. As we look at the situation here this morning, again, trying to give you a look here at what's going on in toward that area. So, again, just trying to keep you guys informed. Again, we have not had any formal warnings. No formal warnings today. 0. That's great news. We hope it stays that way. But again, we have to just continue to stay vigilant here because things could change in that small little sliver. Again, we do have that, 5%, that 5% tornado risk there, Gainesville through Levy and, through Dunellen, give or take, there in Marion County. So that's something to be paying attention to. I just have to continue to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. It's just so important here to be watchful, be mindful. You just don't want to let your guard down in case things shift around a little bit here. Again, just trying to be, watching the scenario minute by minute. Let me go ahead and we'll go back. You want to see stuff on the Doppler. I mean, if you're watching live, you want to kind of see the Doppler. Let's look here into the Gulf a little bit. You can see some wind enhancement. And then this accent in general, looking up the Tallahassee radar. It's a situation here. Some of that might head kind of into where like Levy County here. So again, we're trying to watch this here. It's hard to say how significant this is because if we had a radar in the Gulf, we'd be able to see the wind a lot closer, and I'd know, like, maybe I would see that it's not looking too bad, and we might just even, kind of wrap coverage, but we have the parameters there, so, I mean, unlike the, bulk majority of the area where we don't have the parameters, we have them there. Oh, I see something. I mean, I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference, as we look, but let me pull it up here. You can see the energy is actually notched all the way up into Bradford County, but we're only at 68 degrees. And we're already getting some of this rain, so I don't really necessarily see the severe threat here. But it's not impossible if that can kind of push back up a little bit. Let's pull up some of the model guidance here. As we look, as we track. You see around 11 a.m. Back this up, 10 a.m., 11 noon. Tries to still pull some stuff here into Bradford. We'll see. Again, I kind of think that would be, it'd have trouble being, severe here further north based on the, latest here with all that lighter rain in here like that. As you look at the current analysis, I mean, the dew point's still there. Lake City, I mean, temperature dropping, their threats, winding down. The wind's calm at Keystone. Wind's already out of the north-northwest at Cecil Field, and, look there at the Herline Airport. It's out of the northwest. That means your severe threat's wrapping up. Gainesville, though, the wind's out of the south still, so you still technically have that potential in terms of some of the overall meteorological storylines here, in terms of the overall meteorological setup. But, we're just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. I'm trying to keep you guys informed. I mean, that's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather. Try to keep you guys up to date. Let me go ahead and keep looking through some things here. As we look ahead in the timeline, we'll be watching the middle of next week a little bit. Let me go ahead and check some information while we're on there. Of course, we're focused on our now 38 counties, as we're enhancing that zone, as I've alluded to, but let me go ahead and I'm just going to go through some model guidance here behind the scenes. Yeah, maybe like Thursday around here we could have some more rain between now and then. Not as much, but humidity drops some, which depends on how much rain you get. If the fire danger will be helped. We talked about an inch widespread. Some areas have got close to like 2 inches around Tallahassee, but we may have, may not get quite to an inch here on Stark if we don't get the more robust convection. We're only at 0.07 so far. I see, way out. May have some, storms there, middle of May. As I look, I don't see enough in the modeling really to sort of know. Maybe, let's see here. Let me check some of the factors. I know it's not around here, but, Mississippi, Alabama, maybe some severe, and it kind of breaks up before it gets here. As I'm looking, maybe like next Wednesday or something along those lines. So if you have friends and family out that way, something to follow, something to monitor. We're not covering national weather anymore either. We have cut back on that a lot. I mean, when I say cover, I mean, we're not breaking in for it anymore, even though there's a tornado emergency. We'll be on, of course, in our formal updates, which we're going to be, be doing some expansions of that here in the weeks and months to come that we'll get into here eventually. But what I'm saying, is that we're not going to be, like, coming on for national. Our focus is our 38 counties, that commitment to you. As we're looking here at the situation, I mean, we're talking about, our 38 counties, and, we'll go ahead and pull that map up if you're just tuning in here this morning. Our enhanced coverage area. I'll go ahead and pull that up on graphics. Cloud weather country is, tremendous here now. Our 38 counties here. We're in Bradford. That's why it's highlighted yellow. And trying to give you guys the latest. I'm a proud Bradford High School graduate, 2012. Ironically, I know my last name is Roy Cloud. I know people wonder sometimes here, my last name is Roy Cloud. It really is. My late dad, he was a Cloud. His dad was a Cloud, that's a real name, real family name. And Bradford High School, Roy, they are the Tornadoes. Bradford High School Tornadoes. The middle school used to be the Hurricanes, and Hurricane spawned Tornadoes. Now, all the schools Tornadoes here. But yeah, Roy, went to Bradford High School with, the Tornadoes, and Roy, my last name is Roy Cloud. So, Roy, and I am Roy, a meteorologist here, as we're looking and as we're tracking things, as we look here at everything. So, again, just try to keep you guys the very latest on the situation. Keep you guys updated on the very latest. So, I know we've been talking a while and we haven't had any warnings, which is great news. I'm seeing an uptick in some lightning down there a little bit. By the way, just for severe potential here, we have day 4 is Tuesday, and then you have day 5 is Wednesday next week. I know day 4 next week we have like Dallas to Little Rock, day 5, Waco to Jackson and Birmingham. So that's something to kind of be mindful of as we're looking, as we're tracking. But yeah, we're seeing an uptick in lightning there in Cross City. So that's something to be mindful of. That could indicate some increasing. Oh, we just got an advisory. Yeah. Okay, they just issued an advisory on this. Okay, so it's just coming in. Kind of uptick kind of quick there. So that's why, starting to take advantage of the environment maybe. Kind of surprised we hadn't had an uptick, like this earlier on. And all of a sudden, it's kind of picking up pretty quick there. It looks like around Cross City in Dixie County. This is kind of what we were, we were wondering, because the parameters looked way more favorable down there. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. And you can kind of see some wind enhancement here. So that advisory, let me give you the details on that. Because we hadn't had any advisories here for a little bit, and we have one now. At 10:38 a.m., Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from 12 miles west of Bell to near Cross City to near Horseshoe Point. Movement was southeast at 15 miles an hour. Wind gusts to 40 miles an hour or so possible. Cross City, Horseshoe Point, Swanee, Horseshoe Beach, Samrock. You have areas like Cross City Airport, Old Town, Eugene, Fletcher, Yellow Jacket, and Fanning Springs here involved in that. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest on the scenario. Let me go ahead and put more traffic cameras there. Hopefully, nothing like what we had in our hurricanes down there. It shouldn't be, unless we have some crazy spin-up tornado that we're, not anticipating. You don't have any formal warnings down there, but we'll be watching, of course. But we'll go ahead and pull up some traffic cameras, that, the views of them, we'll pull them up, and just make sure. Let me go ahead and look here. This is, a look Florida 511 perspective. This is US 19/98 at County Road 351A/223rd Avenue there. So you can see the slick conditions, people with their lights on as they need to have them on, in these conditions that are deteriorating there. I mean, that storm's picked up pretty quick. Strong thunderstorms impacting Dixie County through 11:15 a.m., according to the National Weather Service there in Tallahassee, who is in charge of issuing advisories or warnings if we get to that level there. For Dixie, for Levy, it's Tampa. For Gilchrist, it's Jacksonville. So, just kind of in that zone there, some differential because, just the way things break down in terms of the geography and the like. So, again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Again, looking at Dixie County, and, we got to pay attention a little bit. And I see we have folks, watching. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in, like Top Cat there on YouTube, watching here this morning. But, we watch here. We're going to have to pay attention a little because this could get toward Gainesville. I know they said southeast on the official movement, but, some of our tracks try to say northeast, so we'll just say east pretty much, I would say. It'd be kind of the best, the trend to Gainesville here. We just have to monitor. I know the radars sometimes trick us here a little bit. Since we're so far out, I mean, this could kind of, even though I said it didn't look favorable, I mean, we could still get things to clear out enough to get a severe threat all the way back up into Bradford, but it's going to be close. It's definitely picking up here around Cross City. Some weak rotation. I mean, that's off pretty far, 11,000 feet. Let's pull up Tallahassee radar, 8,000 feet. Again, you can see that lightning extending the Gulf there. Again, we have not had any formal warnings. We're just coming on preemptively to keep an eye on things here as we look toward Cross City. I think more traffic cameras would be the way to go here since this is coming right into town there. As we're looking there right along US 19 into toward Dixie County this morning. We're going to go ahead and pull up some more traffic camera views. Again, they're not the clearest, but they still tell a story. US 19/98 at Southeast 259th Avenue. See the slick conditions on the roads there toward Dixie County this morning. Again, no formal warnings, but this is a Florida 511 camera viewpoint as we track. So again, you can see folks with their lights on this morning. These slick conditions, just got to be careful. Don't want accidents, because of these slick conditions here. Got to be mindful of them. Again, trying to keep you up to date. We're trying to watch the situation. We're trying to monitor it. So let me go ahead. Honestly, because we're so far on the radar, we'll try to stick on some of these cameras just in case something were to all of a sudden, pop up there. I mean, we have 1,645 in terms of that surface-based cape. Supercell composite is more to the south, so nothing on that or significant tornado parameter, but could at least maybe get a damaging or close to damaging gust to the surface there. We'll watch that wind gauge there. You see the 18 there at the airport, the Cross City Airport. We'll watch to see how that evolves over the next little bit here as well. But yeah, the cameras, I know. Let's jump back to some of those. We'll go ahead, Florida 511, that viewpoint, US 19/98 at County Road 351A/223rd Avenue. See the slick conditions. You see that reduced visibility on the roads here this morning. So got to keep that in mind. We're going to go ahead and look back at that camera there. Well, look, is it down? Let's see. It looks like our camera there. I saw that McDonald's. I know I went there, looking a little after Hurricane Idalia. We went down there, looking at some of that damage, and I think that camera just went down some. Oh, it's back up now. Okay. We got a signal on that here through our system now on the Florida 501 system that we're looking at. Just got to be careful. Got to make sure, you're not going too fast in these type of conditions because you could hydroplane in theory if things kind of, get away from you a little bit here. Just got to be careful as we're tracking. You can see the lights, on the vehicle that needed. Looks like a conversion van. Maybe folks traveling cross country, who knows? Or just, going out, to the beach. And, just got to be mindful here of the situation in terms of, just being careful. You see the windshield wipers going if you look real close. Haven't had to do that too much here lately, but we're doing it here on this Saturday morning, this May 2nd, 2026, as we give you guys the very latest weather information. So, again, no formal warnings. We've not had any warnings over land this morning. By the way, 0.07 on the rain gauge here east of Stark. It looked like I saw a lightning flash there on this. this second ago, if you're looking at this viewpoint here. Again, we'll go ahead and jump back on over toward the Doppler. Again, we're just trying to keep you guys up to date. Cross City there, Dixie County. And look at more camera views. We'll go to US 19/98 there at Northeast 210th Avenue. We'll pull that on up. You can kind of see what's going on there. You know, it's kind of gloomy there, to be quite honest. The Saturday morning you want to stay in bed for. Maybe, you know, as you're looking there. Again, we have not had any warnings. We were on preemptively. We do have an advisory, though, right now toward Dixie County. Occasionally, it hadn't happened in a while around here. You know, as we look, different patterns can allow it. And sometimes the radars, you know, you get the scans. You know, sometimes it's easier to see or harder to see. But we have had occasionally tornado touchdown around here without any formal warnings. You know, so we just be careful. But you know, we're not in a great radar spot right now. But again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. We're just going to go ahead and keep you guys up to date. I'm just going to keep you guys informed here. Again, no formal warnings. I know I mean, that's like catchphrase, but I want to emphasize that here because I don't want you guys think I'm trying to hype this up. I mean, the logo is red because we had that potential. You know, after we've been talking about it for a while here, as we were looking, we had the drought and then, you know, storms with the, you know, formal severe weather risk of 2 out of 5 on the scale. But so far, we've not had any warnings at all, and that's great. We want that rain. We don't want the warnings. We don't want severe weather. We're maybe, you know, getting closer to getting a warning toward Dixie County here, but again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the scenario. Just trying to keep you guys informed. Just checking all the different sources here, live on the different platforms. I know I appreciate everybody watching all those different platforms. I know if you're on YouTube right now, for instance, you know, or even if you're watching another one, but you know, if you haven't subscribed here, if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, you can do that. That is free. So that's something to keep in mind. It's that subscribe button there over on that YouTube platform. I really would appreciate it, as you know, and just like the video on whatever platform you might be watching on. Share the video, you know, share this coverage because it increases, you know, the amount of views based on the different interactions here on the different platforms, you know, help, you know, the coverage reach a larger audience so we can keep more people here in the meteorology community. Us meteorologists can keep more people safe here in the local community. So again, just very important here in terms of that, you know, especially no warnings. You know, I do appreciate, I mean, we have a pretty good, you know, number tuning in here, considering there are no formal warnings here on play right now. And that's, you know, great news, obviously, but that can change. So just have to be careful. Or it could be a different event where we have a bunch of warnings. You know, in the summertime, we're watching summertime storms here. So you could have hurricanes, you know, or tropical storms. We'll see. But, you know, the overall pattern would say less likely. But any, you know, year, you know, things can, you know, just take a turn with one storm. Remember, I mean, Andrew in 92. It was the first storm of the year, and it was in late August, and it was so destructive down towards South Florida on Homestead, for instance. So, you know, you just got to keep that in mind here as we're watching the situation. You know, just got to always be careful. I know we're looking at 8,000 feet up right now on the wind mode, and we're seeing these pixels about 40 miles an hour. So I know 18-mile-an-hour gust there at the airport at 10:15. I'll be curious to see, you know, once this hits across, we'll actually get a real anemometer measurement on this. You know, if this really gets up there, then that might get the Weather Service concerned enough to issue, you know, severe thunderstorm warnings downstream. If it's not that high, maybe like, you know, you get 30 or something, and, well, they would say, okay, it's not too bad. But if we get like a 50 gust or something, that'd be more of a cause for concern. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here this morning. You know, as I'm moving the Doppler around, moving everything around here, you see this stuff in the Gulf. It's pretty, you know, nasty looking there off the Tallahassee view. We're at 8,000 feet, so it's hard to know what to actually reach and Again, I'll be curious to see. I'm just really curious. I'm going to try to get our feed to update a little quicker here. I don't know if necessarily to be in, but I'm going to try to get this feed to update a little quicker. See if we can get that wind number in a little bit quicker. 18 still is what we have there at the Cross City Airport. So, but yeah, we're going to be watching this here over the next little bit, moving to areas there, as you look here in toward Gilchrist County, around Trenton, I know that area there, of course, when you look at Trenton, you think of Gilchrist County. I mean, I think of some different things, and one of those things is, of course, that star baseball player for the Texas Rangers, Wyatt Langford. He's from there. So, we can talk about more stuff like that when we don't have warnings in play. He's a star player for the Texas Rangers, went to the University of Florida and making North Central Florida proud there in the pros, pro baseball. And they are going to have a storm coming on through there pretty soon there in toward Gilchrist County. So again, we'll be watching, we'll be tracking here, but right now no formal warnings, and that's great news. So let's just go ahead and continue to give you guys the very latest here. That looks a little bit more concerning in the Gulf. Let's check the angle on that to see. I know we're still far out in terms of the geography, but that might get us as far southern Levy. That almost angles towards Citrus, but Dunellen maybe and Marion, we'll see. What is our speed on everything? Our speed is at southeast of 15 miles an hour, so I'm going to check on another source here. We'll check the rotation. Some of the different areas here. I mean, that could, conceivably get to Cedar Key in maybe 2 hours. We'll see. Moving that slow. Some of this stuff moving slow enough to give you more beneficial rain, though. And if it makes it more like toward Yankeetown, maybe more like 3 hours. We'll see. So we still got a little ways to go. I'll probably take a break here, in just a little bit if we don't get any formal warnings popping up right away, because I don't want to, use up all my energy without any warnings. Then we start getting them all of a sudden as we do, look at things. I know we're at 68 here east of Stark, and let me pull up our temperature readings on this mode here. You can see 70 there, Keystone, but when you get in the 60s here with these temperatures, severe is less likely. 70s and then 80 in Ocala. That's a red flag, down there in toward Ocala a little bit to me. If things can come together right, not saying they will for sure, but, that's a little bit more concerning because we do have some of those parameters in play down there. Marion County 69, that dew point, you have some supercell composite, which, that allows for storms to maybe be a little bit more, favorable for rotation here. And then your tornado parameters even get up all the way into Bradford County in the latest look here. But again, not sure how that's going to set up because of our different angles here. So it's looking like this storm here, about the further north we get, as we look at the overall situation, we're just going to go ahead and, continue to watch things as you look toward this area and the angle. Just saying southeast, this says a little bit east northeast, so we'll just go due east. So if you go due east on here, you have Cross City Bell now, but then you have areas like Clark to Newberry and Trenton. You have Hale there, you have Alachua, Gainesville area, give or take, maybe Orange Heights. We'll see if it stays due east, but you kind of get the idea here as we look at the situation, just kind of tracking this all the way across. And we'll be watching under that model. Was really going high on the temperatures in toward Flagler County later on, in the mid 80s. So we'll see how that kind of progresses, because a lot of our areas are not going to get there. It's a big differential here as we look, as we track, as we monitor things here this morning. Let me go ahead and just continue to give you guys the very latest here. We're just checking all the different platforms. I'm going to check to see, if there's any questions or comments here, or any new ones here last few minutes. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in. I appreciate you trusting me. Again, we have no warnings right now, and that is great news. Over land, anyway. Marine warning's a different story. Don't want to be out in the Gulf right now, especially in that blue outlined area. I mean, some folks might have went out, in the Gulf here for the weekend. You don't really want to be out there especially with lightning. That can be hazardous in terms of those, those marine conditions can be very hazardous. So again, I just gotta be mindful of all that here as we give you guys the very latest information here. We're just trying to watch, you see, even though we don't have severe warnings, we do have some lightning showing up here and there, toward like St. Mary's in southeast Georgia. Have some heavy rain toward Nassau County right now, Hilliard area as well. You see a lightning strike showing up there, 295 in Jacksonville, another lightning strike there. You see little, you have to look real close, but, north of Green Cove Springs there. You have some lightning here near I-75 in northwest Alachua County. You see around Trenton there, we have that potential with some of this, more robust acts, a lot of lightning showing up around there. So again, just going to have to continue to pay attention here as we give you guys the very latest. We're just going to go ahead, and monitor. We're just going to watch these conditions. I know I said 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for start, with the potential, and we're right on the edge if we actually get that potential to really come into play here based on everything how it's set up. And that time, and 9 a.m. we started out with is, definitely, I would say okay, but may end a little earlier than that with that potential here, in that timeline, which is great, but we need the rain. We've got 0.07 on my rain gauge so far. Let me pull up storm total. Yeah, it's matching up pretty well, maybe about 1/10 of an inch. Let's see what they have in the weather stem, on the site there in town. We'll check to see what they have on their weather station. 68 degrees at the sheriff's office. It's like what I have here east of Stark, and they have 0.07. So they have the same numbers. That's good, I guess. Everything matching up. 68. I have 68. They have 0.07 on the rain gauge. I have 0.07. Their barometric pressure, well, I have 1,010. They got 1,012 actually, so on their barometer. But again, just continuing to give you the latest here this morning. As we look, I'm going to look at some of the, things pretty, not dangerous right now. I'd have 1,010 millibars Keystone. I look at stuff like that, 1,000, let's see, what is it in Gainesville? 1,010, when you have like a hurricane, you're talking about generally the pressure at 980 millibars or lower for like a category 1. If you're wondering, a tropical storm, like 1,005 for some of the weaker ones. 1,010 is like a tropical depression. It's not tropical, but just in terms of low pressure, in terms of the overall, the lower the pressure, in general, the stronger the storm impact. As I continue to watch things here, we're getting close to that top of the hour. I know it's something here where we don't have much wind, which is good here. We don't want wind, if we're not getting rain, especially with the fire situation. Some of these areas further back, I mean, look here. You can see some of those winds coming in from the northeast, which is interesting as we look here. And let me pull up something else, though, because we still have some clearing in Marion, and that can allow for more destabilization. Donnell into Bellevue. You have to just keep watching, make sure you're being careful down there. That's where we could have severe, because they're at 80. That's a 12-degree difference from what I have here east to Stark. So more favorable, the warmer you get in this setup, more favorable for severe. Cedar Key to Ocala, got to be paying attention down there. 69 is that dew point in Ocala. Again, just continuing to give you the latest. I'm just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Again, no warnings. Just the top of the hour, 11 o'clock. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. I appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting me here on this Saturday morning. Got around a dozen viewers right now between all the different platforms. So, again, we have not had any warnings, but we're here just to kind of be, updating you guys here as things evolve. In case we do get a warning to pop up. Just have to be careful here. Just have to be paying attention. I know, by the way, something else I want to say. Our viewer Elisa there earlier on mentioning this, alluding to that rain we had on Tallahassee. And take the temperature drop. You can see some of these red about 2 inches. Some of these whites here are 4 inches according to radar estimates. We really need that rain, and that's been helpful. Most of that slacking up now. Haven't had severe either, so we'll really take it when we get stuff like that. But gotta watch around Cross City. You see some weak rotation. That's about 10,000 feet up. Tallahassee radar's about 9,000. It's starting to see some rotation here too. Jacksonville now will be in charge of deciding what to do because that is Tallahassee. They issued the advisory. Jacksonville, I think, would at least issue an advisory on this. If this ramps up a little bit more, they may go with a severe thunderstorm warning with like a tornado possible tag even because let me look at our instability. I mean, we have that there. I don't have the rotational parameters as much in theory up in that area, but they are rising a good little bit there actually now. Starting to go up some in that area. So I would say we may be getting pretty close to a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. Just my analysis. I don't have any information that heads up. It may not happen like that. Because we're so far on the radar, we're kind of guessing a little bit, or a lot, really. But, that kind of feels like we're starting to get close to that territory now, where we may get a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag as we look toward, like Gilchrist County, maybe. It's based on the different parameters here. Just kind of watching your winds red away from that Tallahassee radar, green toward another Tallahassee office. Been watching things. They have the weather service there at the Love Building on the FSU campus. They're the old meteorology building, and then you have the graduation going on right now there at FSU, the 9 a.m. one over there at the Donald L. Tucker Civic Center. So different things going on there in Tallahassee on this Saturday morning. Of course, at UF, we're going to be watching, obviously all the different graduation events that are taking place, and got to watch these storms. This seems like it's starting to ramp up a little bit there north of Fanning Springs. I know this isn't a great morning to be out there at Fanning Springs, that's for sure, in southwestern, parts there of Gilchrist County and toward parts of Levy County as we look here at the Doppler perspective. Okay, we just got an advisory now to 11:30, so they're not going to go with a warning. I know. I hear our systems. We got a bunch of different computers in here now. We're working with, and just heard. I'm surprised this one's not on a backup here because so I may jump off. I'm still on right now. Our internet's in a backup. We're moving some stuff around, but I heard a whole bunch of stuff click. So we almost had a little bit of power situation here where they go out. So a good thing we're still up on this, but we have a strong thunderstorm that's gonna impact areas in Gilchrist there. We have eastern Alachua, Gilchrist, southeastern Columbia, southwestern Columbia Union, and western Alachua through 11:30, talking about 40-mile-an-hour gusts. Let me read that off. The information, the text product from the Weather Service. At 11:03, Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm near Andrews, or 7 miles west of the community of Trenton, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Trenton, Bell, Alachua, High Springs, Archer, Fort White, Upland Pines, Providence, and Newberry. And there's your advisory polygon. It's one step below a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here as we look at the scenario. Again, just one step below a warning. And if you kind of extend this out, in theory, that would get all the way across to Bradford eventually here. So that's something to keep in mind. The apex of this looks like it would probably, maybe go from about Hampton south if it really went that far. We'll see. Just got to be careful here because we're not getting that nudge as much, it seems. I mean, we've been on, so maybe, it seems like we're starting to kind of see things open up a little bit here in the areas that are not stabilized. With the winds coming from the south, we're not seeing it's just hitting, pushing. We're not seeing this kind of just push on out here. Real quick, we're seeing an area here, where we could get some convection getting going, further east, further downstream. So continuing to watch here this morning. Let me go ahead. You can see some weak rotation here. Now we're way up on the radar, so it's going to be harder to see the lower levels, but you just never know, especially that one radar. I mean, not that it would help that much down here, but that Moody radar and Valdosta down, we got to be a little careful. But this track here, Trenton to Newberry to Gainesville, I'd be vigilant. I'd be watching here. I'd be tracking. We're watching things. We're trying to keep you guys informed here in the Weather Center. We're just trying to be on top of things. This looks like some enhancement here west of Trenton. Again, we haven't had any warnings yet. That's, we're emphasizing that, but I may get one pretty soon as we're looking in north central Florida. So, what I'm going to do here, we're going to stick with this, but we're going to take a quick 60-second break as I gather some more information. So, we'll take a quick 60-second break here in the Weather Center. But keep it tuned right here on Cloud Weather. Again, I'll be back in just 60 seconds with more information as we continue to watch the overall scenario. I'm just continuing to look here at everything on the Doppler radar because we may get a warning here pretty soon. So I just want to make sure, I catch my breath here just for, just a very, very short bit as we look at the overall situation. But we'll be back here in just about 60 seconds. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's why we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust Cloud's weather. Back here right now, it's 11:08 a.m. on this May 2nd, 2026. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center trying to keep you guys up to date here on what's going on. We have a significant weather advisory, a special weather statement, one level below a severe thunderstorm warning in the Ward Gilchrist County. We're not quite seeing a warning, but we may get one soon is what I'm alluding to. So let me go ahead and just kind of look here at the overall situation in the other mode. We'll look at rotation tracker. I mean, we're so far away, it's hard to see it from there, but we have to just pay attention, as we look in toward that area. You just never know here with the overall situation. Let me go ahead and let's see what cameras we might have. We got one on US 98 there, just west of Panning Springs. So let's go ahead and pull it up right now on the Florida 511 system. Looks pretty nasty there right now. Looks pretty nasty as we look in toward that zone. You can see US 19/98 at State Road 349, County Road 349. I mean, looks like a good little bit of rain. Looks like look at that ponding on the roadway. I know it's kind of blurry, but maybe not the greatest internet out there in some spots with this, but got some ponding on the roadway. We haven't seen that in a while around here. We don't want flooding, but, with all the wildfire danger, we will take that rain here without severe weather and that, like actual severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning, things like that. So that's interesting to see that there on the actual live cam right now there in toward north central Florida. So again, I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Just trying to let you know what's going on. We're going to go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. Again, it's that small sliver of the area where we're going to have to pay attention, I mean, it's an all clear for many of us, but not everybody. This might be the best way to show it. Let me put the dew point on, we'll do temperature. Let's do temperature. So if you're in the yellow or the green, your severe threat's pretty much over for today, I would say. If you're in the orange or the red, you still got to pay attention based on our temperatures. So again, the yellow, the green, it's an all clear pretty much for severe, but orange and red still pay attention. So we're just be continuing to watch. That does still include Bradford. We're right on the edge. I think a lot to a little bit more concerning, but we'll continue to watch, continue to track. Definitely in that red, in the 80s already. That is a cause for concern down there. Let me go ahead and keep on looking here at the situation. Keep on tracking things. We're gonna keep you guys up to date here. Again, no formal warnings yet, but that could change. Again, looking there, we have the significant advisory. Let me go ahead and re-emphasize some of the details here. I'll go ahead and read this off again. I know it's for Gilchrist County, Western Alachua, Southwestern Union, and Southwestern Columbia counties to 11:30 a.m. At 11:03 a.m., Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm near Andrews, or 7 miles west of Trenton, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Wind gusts around 40 miles an hour, a possibility. So they're tracking this a lot faster than they were, I think, the Tallahassee office earlier on. They were lower on that speed of movement, but Trenton, Bell, Alachua, High Springs, Archer, Fort White, Upland, Pines, Providence, and Newberry. For your protection, you may want to consider seeking shelter inside a sturdy building there. And obviously when the lightning's around, when thunder roars, you want to go indoors. So definitely seeing an uptick here, though, as we look at the overall situation. Again, just trying to keep you guys informed here. Right around, looks like US 129 between Bell and Trenton, getting some of the worst of this. Some of the worst of this going to be moving up toward areas there around Hale, Alachua, Gainesville, Paradise, Orange Heights. This may, and maybe a little south of that. We'll watch the RV park there in Southeast Bradford to see if things, that'd be, our northern periphery of all this. We'll watch because obviously that's a little bit, with all the RVs out there, it's a situation here where if you get some really big gust of wind, versus a site-built structure, in theory, that wind gets under them. I mean, it's possible, one of those could flip or something. If we had a severe storm or a tornadic storm. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. But again, that goes for all, RV parks and the like here as we look and as we track, and it's mobile homes and that overall, when you don't have a site-built structure, then that, wind in theory, depending on how things are, can get under them and it'd be easier, it's just the overall engineering aspect of things. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. When tornado safety, we talk about, evacuating mobile homes and the like. In fact, I'll just go ahead and throw them up here real quick, or at least some of those tornado safety tips here, just in case we get something in our southern periphery here in north central Florida or northeast Florida. I know we don't have a tornado watch. Kind of doubt we're going to get a tornado watch at this point. We haven't had any warnings. But a tornado warning means that a tornado has been detected using radar or spotted. You want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And you want to protect yourself from flying debris there by putting on a football helmet, bicycle helmet, baseball helmet, something along those lines. If we do get a tornado warning here in our southern periphery. So, again, something to be mindful of. This right here doesn't look too crazy off the Tallahassee radar. Jacksonville's further up, looking higher up. It says a little bit more divergence, but doesn't look too crazy there. Maybe even from the scans, previous. I think it was showing a little bit more, just a tad bit more there, but so far away, it's just hard to know what's really going on there. It's important to have ground confirmation. Now, let me check I didn't show it to you earlier. They had 18. It went up to 26 at Cross City Airport. So that's all they had there. So when this moved through, that's not much at all. That means these aren't, that wasn't really reaching too much, and is what that would seem to indicate there on the anemometer reading. So again, just trying to give you guys updated information. All 15 viewers watching right now, I appreciate you guys tuning in here and trusting me. It's a pretty good number here for me, actually. I know, as we look here and as we, especially with no warnings in play. By the way, new advisory now, though, not a warning, but an advisory now for Dixie as we look at southeast Dixie County there, southeastern Dixie County through 11:45. At 11:15 a.m., Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from 6 miles north of Andrews to near Horseshoe Point. Movement was southeast at 10. They're going a lot slower to Tallahassee offices on the movement. But wind gust up to 50 now is what they're saying, and pea-sized hail. So we're looking down here now. We have Horseshoe Point, Swanee, Horseshoe Beach, Old Town, Yellow Jacket, and Fanning Springs there. So again, just continuing to give you guys the updated information as we get off toward that coastline, of course. This is not severe. Don't stress out, but still be careful. But this is nothing like, we had nothing, anywhere close to what we had, like during Hurricane Helene and the like, as we were looking back into toward the timeline. I mean, we'll never forget what happened, out there toward Horseshoe Beach in Hurricane Helene. We had a Dahlia. We thought that was the worst storm of the generation. And then the year after, we had Helene. And, I made this graphic last year about the worst tropical cyclones by county in our area. Of course, we've now enhanced the area here very recently, but we still cover Dixie County. We just enhanced it in terms of not quite as many in Georgia. And then Liberty and Franklin are the two. We're not covering it in Florida anymore. But this graphic here tells a story in that we have Helene. I mean, 23 of the counties here, on this look at things anyway, out of 62 at that point, covering there. I mean, that's a third of the county, the worst storm since 1950, based on my subjective analysis, based on looking at all the different information, in terms of the historical details here, in terms of the meteorology. So, again, something interesting there to keep in mind. I mean, this, that path, and you see Brantley County here. We haven't really talked about it with this graphic yet, but, we obviously had the horrible wildfire situation last week there with all the structures lost, and we had some of the damage still from the hurricane. That sometimes they try their best, the crews, but if there's still some tree debris, and then the fire kind of hits that, it might have made it a little quicker spread, up there obviously in some of those areas to be able to get to some of those homes. So again, that's something to keep in mind. Aftermath of hurricane, sometimes of tree debris being down can lead to wildfire. And there was concern of that in the Panhandle. I kind of had that a little, points toward, out of our area and western areas with Michael damage, all the debris that was there, even more than Helene in general. Some of those areas that, as we look, you have Tyndall Air Force Base and points east with some of that. But again, just interesting to kind of make note of that, obviously, as we look and as we track here. We just continue to give you the latest. I know in terms of like Hurricane Michael, not our covered area where they had the worst, but they're around, the base there, obviously. But still some big time problems, in toward our covered area. But what I wanted to say here, I had to go back on my graphics a little. This is a picture took 2 months after Hurricane Michael. In 2018, this saw all the trees being impacted there. This was toward Tyndall Air Force Base, out that way, after that catastrophic Cat 5. I'm just in our area, but I'm using this as an example because, maybe not as bad, but some of these areas here where we had fires, there'll be something way out in the woods, down. And, obviously stuff down, it'd be easier to fire to spread than if it's up, and just debris, extra debris, if nothing else here, as we're looking, as we're tracking, something to keep in mind here with the overall weather storyline. So look back there in 2018 as we look and as we look back at weather history a little bit with all that. I mean, it's a storm we'll never forget there in terms of looking back at that damage there with historic Cat 5, Hurricane Michael, Category 5 there on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. In fact, I'll throw that up. That's just crazy how that happened. Helene, of course, you had that impact out here in the our covered area. As we were looking out there, Hurricane Helene, of course, that impact is so substantial. And it was a Category 4 hurricane when it made landfall here locally. Category 4. as we were looking at everything, with that impact, talking about those maximum sustained winds, of course, at 140 miles an hour when that hit there, along the coast. Just an awful, awful situation, toward our covered area there with Hurricane Helene. We're a little less than a month away from hurricane season now, so always important to get prepared. In theory, the pattern would say going into El Nino, maybe not as much the hurricane action this year, but you never know. It just takes one. And, like Andrew in 92, and then not the exact El Nino, La Nina pattern, but in the fall, we may have to watch out for, like robust severe weather. Could be a storyline in like November, December, January, or that time range. I know that gets into winter, but, eventually there. But my point is, we have to watch out for some severe weather in this pattern, locally here. That could be a little bit more on the, more organized, more frequent side. We need the rain. We're getting a little bit today. We haven't got near enough, though. Only 0.08 so far here. East is talking the rain gauge. I'll go ahead and switch it back to some of our live data here. We'll go ahead and switch it back, to some of the live data as we're looking at the overall situation. And you can kind of see here, we're looking around Trenton there, in toward Gilchrist County. You're looking in Dixie County, in toward Bradford County. Let me check some of our rainfall estimates. We have some rain starting to pick up off to the west, by the way, but we're only talking about 1/10 of an inch. We're seeing about an inch widespread, and, well, some areas have gotten more, 2-3 inches out toward Tallahassee. That's great news, obviously. They're in a drought, so bad. Up to the west, some of these areas. You see Lake City, about 7/10 of an inch. But your severe threat's pretty much over there in Lake City. Never had any formal warnings. That was great news. Union County, Lake Butler, out, you're seeing some heavy downpours, not severe necessarily, though we are getting a little bit of wind enhancement along that, which is interesting. Let me look here at something. The wind's still out of the southwest there, so we'll watch that, but the instability kind of cuts off right there. So just looking at some of the information behind the scenes, but you can see around Lake Butler some heavy downpours. Stuff's kind of picked up a little bit there. I'll back this up because sometimes it gets tricky when you don't have a radar riding there and you see it. It might just be the radar is showing it better as we get into toward Lake Butler there. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe 40-mile-an-hour gust there in toward the Lake Butler area there in Union County. Not severe, not even an advisory. They may go with an advisory on that here pretty soon to Jacksonville office. But Worthington Springs, this is right there around State Road 121. As we look around State Road 100, you can see here, again, I'm seeing some wind enhancement. Again, nothing warned, no warnings right now. That's why I put that up in the corner. I don't want people to think, I'm trying to overhype this. I'm definitely not, but we've just been very vigilant here today. Have, seen that 2 out of 5 risk from the Storm Prediction Center. Sometimes some, of these, years we'll get that like every week. We haven't been seeing something like that here around our area probably since March, because things have been so dry and so calm. So any little bit of action here, it can be beneficial with the rain, but we have to watch out for the severe. But so far we have a total of 0 warnings over land, which is great news, obviously. So that's what you want to see in terms of the overall meteorology. So again, looking at things, I know I'm going to check Tallahassee because I know you have FSU graduation. Little breaks here, and you see some more rain coming from the west, and be interesting to see there. I know people getting out just want to get wet. Obviously, might have already got wet coming from their cars into it and getting out there at the 900 Tucker Civic Center. As we're looking, there's something here where things are obviously more calm here in terms of not as heavy a downpour. You still don't want to get wet there as we look and as we track. Okay, this is interesting. I'm a little surprised by this. I might be curious to see what counties we got with this. Okay, well, wow. I'm not shocked, but I'm pretty surprised they got ahead and did this. And we now have a tornado watch here, folks. This has already been on the air just in case. And now we have a tornado watch for a wide area until 6 o'clock. So let me go ahead and get this together for you. This just got issued from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. This just got issued here, folks. So let me get this together for you. It's not going to last to 6 here, probably for our counties, but we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to track. So again, let me go ahead and see what we have here. Just trying to update some things real quick. So we'll go ahead and throw it up now. There you go. Your tornado watch does include Bradford, does not include Union. So right on the edge here, like what we've been talking about. But it goes all the way down through Tampa and Polk County, so the risk has increased a little, all the way through Osceola. They're under a fire weather warning, red flag warning today, and also a tornado watch. That's interesting. As we look down that way, let me double check my alerts just to make sure I'm reading that right here. Make sure they haven't dropped that down there. No, they got the red flag warning for today down that way, so that is curious. I mean, not wrong by any means. It's unusual, to have both at the same time here. As we look, as we track, we just got to get people to stay vigilant here, obviously. So this is a breaking weather development for sure here in the Florida Weather Center. I'm a little surprised, they gone ahead and went with this. Not saying it can't verify. I mean, it could, very well could, here. So we've got to pay attention. Again, a tornado watch now for some of our areas. So in terms of our cover zone, we have Bradford, we have Clay, we have St. John's. That's 3 counties. Flagler is 4. Putnam is 5. Alachua is 6. We have Levy is 7 and Marion is 8. So if I counted that right on the fly, we have 8 of our counties out of our, total here of 38 under a tornado watch. Officially to 6 p.m., but probably not going to last that long here as we look, as we track the situation. It's 7 in Jacksonville, 1 in Tampa jurisdiction in our area. So again, a tornado watch now on play. Officially to 6 o'clock again is very, close delineation. Does not include Lake Butler and Rayford, does not include McClinney, does not include Baldwin, does not include Jacksonville, but it includes, Orange Park and Green Cove and Kingsley, Camp Landon there, Stark and Hampton and Waldo. So we have a tornado watch now here on play until 6 p.m. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest. This is why I've been kind of on for a while, just letting you guys know what could happen here with the overall meteorology. So again, a tornado watch here on play now for 8 of our local counties. So Alachua, Bradford, Clay, Flagler, Marion, Putnam, St. John's, and Levy. Officially until 6 p.m. Of course, downstate we have it getting, out there that may go all the way to 6, not necessarily in our area, as we look, as we track. But again, we are now under a tornado watch here in Bradford County. I'm a little surprised based on, that 5% wasn't a huge area on the map. We have not had any warnings, but there are some, signs of some favorable conditions here. So, the offices, the Storm Prediction Center decided to issue this. So people are aware here of these weather conditions. Something to be bearing in mind, obviously. So what a tornado watch means, conditions favorable for tornadic activity. You want to stay tuned for the latest updates. You want to have multiple ways to receive alerts here as we look at the situation. Again, now a tornado watch. Again, not a warning. A warning means a tornado has been detected using radar or spotted right now. A watch means conditions are just favorable for tornadic activity here and close to the watch area. So again, we're going to be monitoring things. We're going to be watching things, ironically. The terminology for that, as we look, as we track. So, downstate you have Levy in our area, but then Citrus. Tampa office is sending out their statement on all this. So that's coming on out. This line's become a little more formidable, even up toward Bradford. So, in Bradford, this is not going to last a while here. I mean, but we got to pay attention. We got to pay attention for the next hour or so. This is starting to ramp up a good little bit. Obviously, if we get some, warnings here in Bradford, we'll be concerned. But it's really ramping up on us all of a sudden. So we got to be vigilant here. Wow, look at that energy all of a sudden. Just that ton of energy here with the meteorology coming on in here. The supercell composite, not as much, thankfully. But it's all of a sudden here kind of jumping in on us here. And we are seeing some weak rotation in western Bradford. So, I mean, you got surface-based Okay, out toward Union, Bradford line, just was south. It's all of a sudden coming together on the northern edge of this around New River. We got some weak rotation now. I mean, we're seeing greens. It's so tricky because you don't have radar coverage as good out here, and I think things have intensified with the conditions. So, you have the greens, winds going toward the radar in Jacksonville, red going away from the radar. So again, you just have to be very cognizant here of the situation. You have to be very mindful here. This is just south of State Road 100. No formal warning, not even an advisory yet. I wish we had the Moody radar for a second opinion. I'll check Tallahassee, but it's kind of far. Can't really tell. I mean, those aren't strong colors yet, but need to be careful here. This is the type of situation you can get something. These winds here are a little concerning now. All of a sudden, it's really picking up quickly with these type of conditions. We're at 69, so we're not that warm. But you're seeing all of a sudden here on the radial velocities, we're seeing something pick up right here in Bradford County. So again, let's go ahead here and continue to monitor this. It's edging a little bit north here on us. Let me check the track on this because that's ain't going a little northeast even. So let me see if we can get it on a rotation tracker. I don't know if is it strong enough to sup on there. It's starting to. Latest scan. It's, tricky little risk here we have. Sampson to Stark. We have to watch it even where we're at here. East to Stark a little bit. Again, this is why even though I was thinking things might be better here, I didn't want to give the all clear. And obviously there's now a tornado watch. It's not going to last till 6, but for Bradford, even though it's officially till 6 right now, it's probably only going to last an hour or two. Maybe. I mean, once you get past this, you'll have and I'll look at it on the other mode. You have the winds already shifting in Union County. So that's why you're not under the watch. Your winds are already shifting out of the west, out that way. So it's a very fine line here today, and things are really ramping up quick. But they're already down to 64, 65 or so in Union. 17-mile-an-hour gusts last 10 minutes here at the Lake Butler, site there, the Union County Emergency Management Weather Stem. So again, just continuing to track things here. Again, this is, it's a fine line between hyping things up, even though we don't really want to, we're not trying to hype them up, but, make you cognizant, and then you don't see a lot, and you think, okay, maybe it's a little much in the order, and all of a sudden you get a tornado watch here, and just in the Bradford, but Union, your severe threat's already over. You didn't have any warnings there in Union County. It's over, really. That potential, maybe far eastern Union, you have a little bit of wind enhancement, but the wind's already shifting, and you're good to go. And in Bradford, not so much yet. It's a very, very fine line. We haven't had any warnings yet, but that may change very quickly. We do now have a watch. We also have an advisory now out toward Levy County, a new update from the Tampa office. Let's go ahead and see what we have here as we look at the latest information. At 11:32, Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from 7 miles southeast to Horseshoe Point to 18 miles southwest of Fowler's Bluff to 40 miles southeast or to south, we'll say, of Steinhatchee. And movement was east at 35 miles an hour. Wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. Gusty winds can knock tree limbs down and blow around unsecured objects. Locations impacted include Chiefland and Fowler's Bluff. So again, just have to be continuing to watch things here as we track the overall situation. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on this morning and toward that weather center. It's all about keeping you guys up to date here. It's all about keeping you guys up to date as the scenario evolves. Let me just keep checking the latest details here. Hearing those rumbles of thunder east of Stark. Just jumping around here on the Doppler. Again, significant on the advisory for Levy County, parts of Levy. Again, trying to keep you guys informed here Let me go ahead and jump back on over. You can see our tornado watch in the yellow. Take the radar off, Bradford, Clay, St. John's under it, Duval, Union, Baker, or not. And your threat's pretty much over in Union, Baker, and Duval. As we track, especially Union and Baker. Duval, I can't get a complete all clear yet based on what I'm seeing, but again, just trying to keep you guys informed here. Looking at the very latest information. It's 11:37 a.m. here on this Saturday morning. I almost wanted to call it Friday, but no, it's Saturday here, and we're just trying to keep you guys up to date on the very latest information here. It's all about informing and protecting you, your friends, and your family. Just a one-man band trying to check the very latest here on what's going on. I know we have 9 million and a little over 400,000 in the tornado watch here in the state. A lot of that population is more in Central Florida, but we're concerned about the North Florida part of it. That's where, we cover, Levy and Marion and Flagler and Putnam and St. John's and Alachua and Clay and Bradford. I think I got all the 8 counties under it in there as we're looking for the elevated fire risk there. As we're looking a little bit down, state here too with some, the conditions, but most of that would be south of our area probably. As we continue to give you guys the very latest, we'll be vigilant just in case with that. Again, trying to keep you up to date here. Going between all the different platforms. We're in Bradford County. We got a 1/10 of an inch in that rain gauge. Our barometric pressure at 1,009.5 millibars and up to 70 degrees now on that thermometer. Let me go ahead and check here. Again, due west is dark, a little weak rotation, but that would be kind of. Well, I need to run this new scan on this. It'd be kind of rain wrapped though. As we track, it's a little broad now. No warnings. Not even an advisory on this, which is interesting. I would at least have an advisory on this. Or at least I would think there'd, be a process of that. Maybe warning to be put in play. The only thing I would say is, I know Weather Service maybe kind of what I've heard, maybe kind of thinking about phasing these out here. These advisories, because a lot of folks don't really get these advisories. If it's not a warning, they're just kind of looking to see the office, in Jacksonville. Well, if it's not a warning, well, we're not going to issue anything because we need to focus on if, that warning, it needs to be out here immediately if something really dangerous happens, because everybody pretty much will see the warning. Not many people see the advisories, so they may not be as focused on those, and just kind of waiting to see if it gets that warning criteria. So again, just continuing to track things, just continuing to monitor things here in toward the weather center. 11:40 a.m. is that time as we're looking, just monitoring things. I was going to take a break, but not going to take a break right now with this coming in here to Bradford County. Not severe officially right now, but we do have that tornado watch in play for just a little bit. So just something, to bear in mind here as we just watch the overall situation. So just checking all my different sources here. Again, watching some of that wind enhancement. Again, we have not had any warnings today, but that could change here pretty quick. We do have a watch now, a tornado watch in play from the Storm Prediction Center, in coordination, I'm sure, with the local county warning, areas here that, the Jacksonville, the Tampa, the Orlando, offices cover, thinking about what counties to include those offices in coordination with the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, issuing this tornado watch. So there you go. That's in play officially till 6, but here in Bradford County, this threat's not going to last too long. Right now, the next, let me check the movement here. I mean, we don't have an official movement on this chunk here, but down in the southeast at 35, so I mean, this will be out of Stark here, the worst of this by, 12, 15 probably. Let's say, I mean, as we look at this, it's pretty quick coming on in now. As we look at this as this line, it'd become more well-defined, but it's going to be, that's going to be pushing out pretty quick. No warnings. But again, that could change here on us. You just got to stay vigilant. As we look here into the Bradford County area, I know we have, been doing an upgrade, and this system is not on a backup system per se, so if we do lose power, we'll jump to our other one real quick here if we have some real imminent danger, just so you know, because the power may very well flicker now that this is ramped up some on the Doppler. May even go out in a few spots, as we, alluded to last night. It's in our post. That's why it's important to charge your devices up just in case here, even though, again, Lake Butler, let me see how many, if any power outage has happened over there, and it may be a little preliminary over there based on, I know we have about 2,000 out in the state according to Preparedness.us, 28 customers out in Union County, so not too many, 7 customers out in Columbia County. We have 1 customer in the Dark and Bradford so far according to Preparedness.us, so we'll watch to see if that ramps up. I know their numbers, let me just double check. They don't include the city of Stark. They have Clay and FP&L for their tracking, so that's not on there, but they may have some issues in the city of Stark as well. This wind right here, let's say I'm really, it seems like this would meet the criteria for a significant advisory based on the instability values in play and the wind that we're seeing on the Doppler. But again, that doesn't matter right now. We don't have a warning, maybe not quite enough for a warning. But you see we have energy 2,000 joules per kilogram has come all the way in here, in towards Dark, in toward Bradford County. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here this morning. Again, a tricky situation because, again, we were not given the all clear, but we were thinking we would not really have a threat here. Maybe try to materialize based on how things were trending an hour or two ago in Bradford, but things nudged up north. On us here with this instability enough to get that tornado watch in play for just a little bit. But the local office not thinking this is, too close to severe right now. It doesn't seem, but we do have some pretty strong winds right around State Road 100 as we're looking out there. And, I would say the radar is actually showing it, up to 60 miles an hour, which would be enough for a warning. But we don't even have an advisory, which would be winds of 40. So, again, it's a tricky situation here. Again, I don't want to be overhyping this since we don't even have an advisory, but, definitely could have a few isolated power outages here in Stark over the next few minutes, I would say. Don't want to be outside in this whenever thunder roars go indoors. You want to go indoors. You see that heavy rain, though, right around, again, State Road 100, County Road 16, up towards Laurie along US 301. Going to be headed there north end of the bypass there and coming on in here this morning. As we look and as we track. And I've been watching the stuff down south some. We've had some, of the more maybe favorable parameters at times. And we're going to watch toward Levy County where there is an advisory in play down there. See if we get that upgraded oil warning. We have not had any formal warning so far here this morning. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. You see Chiefland, Usher, off toward Otter Creek here. We're just going to continue to watch the situation. And we're watching the situation where we're at here in Bradford County as well. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date here. Sampson City there, getting into some of this. Around the lake out there, of course. And getting into some of this heavy rainfall. As we look out there, we need the rain. We just don't want any severe potential. It's not overwhelming, don't get me wrong, but there is some weak rotation along this. I mean, we're looking a little up there, though. We're scrubbing back and forth a little bit. you can see there around State Road 100, coming on in here. It's gonna be right where we're at here soon. No warning though, but I would be inside away from windows. But again, unless I'm hearing like a freight train noise, I wouldn't be necessarily taking tornado precautions, but there's a tornado watch in place. You just want to be vigilant here. You just want to be watchful of the situation as we keep you guys informed. I'll check the Bradford weather stem to see if we start, because they're a little west of us, so their winds will pick up a little before our winds pick up. I know they have 3 miles an hour so far at the sheriff's office. So not too much. We don't have any wind according to the station weather stem, or excuse me, weather station. I'm looking at my window here, different angle than I normally do. I have to look pretty far across, but don't really see movement in the trees there. Again, you can see there on Sampson now, and around Stark. This is coming in. This scan's about 4 minutes ago, so let me try to get that recent data in here, more recent maybe. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date. Not impossible we could get a funnel cloud out of this, something like that. Hearing some thunder outside. Again, no formal warning though. No formal warning in play here. We do have that tornado watch. We have the watch from the Storm Prediction Center saying there is at least that chance, in close to it, of potential tornadic activity. So again, continuing to give you guys the very latest here. You can see that watch that is in play in the yellow zone. Officially till 6, but it's not going to last long here in Bradford. This threat will be over here, at least by 12:30, probably 12:15 though, really in Stark. Yeah, really it could be earlier. I'm just trying to get myself a little bit of a buffer there based on the hyper-local, live raw data. But, that was loud. That thunder here east of Stark, if you heard that in the mic. But just stay tuned for the latest updates. Conditions favorable for tornadic activity. Have multiple ways to receive alerts here as we're looking at the situation. Again, stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. Again, don't have any formal warnings. We're not normally on like this so long when we don't have any formal warnings. We have enhanced our coverage area down to 38 counties, so we can be on a little bit more. Normally, won't be on quite this long when we don't have warnings, but doing it a little bit different here today since we did have that threat. A lot of people out and about here on this Saturday morning with the graduations and the like, and just wanted to be here for everybody. You just want to stay tuned for the latest and, have multiple ways to receive alerts. We don't cover south of Levy, Marion, and Flagler, though. So you have, your other local media outlets covering further south. But so once this gets past Levy, Marion, and Flagler, we'll wrap coverage, but still a little ways to go. Probably not till 6, but, a little ways to go still with that tornado watch. So again, continuing to track things here around Stark in Bradford County. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest here. That's where we're at. We're in Bradford. I would not be completely stunned here if our power flickers, and if it flickers enough, it might knock us off because we're doing upgrades. This is not on a backup. This system, I have other systems that we're working with that are more instrumental looking ahead in the timeline with our coverage. They are on backups, but I have them streaming off of. I've been moving some stuff around. And this is not, even though we got lucky under the power kind of flickered, it didn't jump up. I would not be surprised if we lose our connection here and have to start back. We don't have a warning. But, we may still have to, start back here on a different feed, depending on how this sets up. I mean, if we don't have a warning, we may not jump in a hurry here, depending on how this progresses. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see because I'm not normally on without this. So be interested. If we lost, power, we may just stay off and wait to see if something gets close to a warning here, or, along those lines. We'll, if we actually get one, of course. But again, it's coming right in now. It's 11:51. The time's about to get a heavy rain here. That lightning, I think that might have been the strike I heard here. Not far from where we're at. If you look maybe a mile away, something like that, it's out there. State Road 230 around Griffiths Loop area, give or take. Just a couple minutes ago, you heard that rumble maybe on my mic, possibly. A little bit in the background. But again, some of this wind coming on in. You can see here this heavy rain This is heavy rain. The red is heavier. On the DPZs, we're about 52.5, which I know doesn't mean a lot to most of you, but it's just heavier rain. The greens are like half of that in terms of this, but heavier rain is going to sound a lot louder on the roof, than those green echoes here on the Doppler. So again, continuing to give you guys the latest, in western Alachua County. You can see Newberry to Hale to Alachua. We're seeing some heavy downpours down there. And, we're just going to watch there. I know we're watching things. I appreciate all 34 of you guys tuning in right now live on the different platforms, mostly on YouTube. And if you're watching on YouTube right now, again, appreciate it. And also appreciate it if you guys, that are watching there, if you haven't already, subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already there. So you can see more of my content, and this content, for our local 38 counties gets distributed out more, by the different social media platforms in terms of this, the overall algorithm. So again, so more people are aware of what's going on. But again, we do have the tornado watch and play. We have this coming right in where we're at. I mean, rain's going to be picking up any second now here where we're at. It probably already is kind of, based on what I'm seeing on Doppler, but at least in the next few seconds, they'll be getting even heavier here in towards Stark around, that Stark, country club, the golf course out there, picking up as well. So again, obviously whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors. So definitely, been indoors here a little while ago with some of those rumbles of thunder we heard here off just east of Stark. So again, continuing to give you guys the very latest. We're looking there northwestern Alachua County on I-75. Again, no formal warning, not even an advisory. Down here, we do have an advisory, though, in the Ward Levy County. The tornado watch, though, as well down there, just like we do in Alachua and Bradford occasionally. And this feels like one of those situations, where in theory we could get a tornado to touch down here and it kind of slips under the radar because we don't have, especially in like Levy County, we don't have as good of, it hadn't happened in a while. We've been lucky. Weather Service, they try really hard all the time. We haven't really had many of these here the last couple years or so where we get tornadoes to touch down without a warning. But, some of these other years we had 2 here in Bradford, both without tornado warnings, both severe thunderstorm warning situations here, 2020 and 2021. So, we just got to be careful. We had stuff in like Marion County, folks trying to get, extra radar down there. And, after what happened a few years back. And so just got to be kind of careful down there because especially in Levy and Marion, they're in a radar hole down there. Some lightning showing up here. We're getting some of this coming through Stark. Not seeing much of my wind readings, so that might help to make us think this isn't reaching as much. But let's see what the weather stem had. They had a gust of 15 miles an hour in the last 10 minutes at the Bradford County Sheriff's Office. That's not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. That's really, that's good that we're getting this rain. And we're not getting really big gusts, maybe, but I'm hearing the wind, maybe pick up a little, but more so the rain, it sounds like, here east of Stark. As we look at the Doppler perspective, you have State Road 16, you have State Road 230, you have a State Road 100, you have a US 301. Of course, you have Camp Blandon out here, you have Kingsley Lake. Don't want to be out there right now because of that lightning danger. Don't want to be out on the lake there in western Clay County. Didn't want to be out on the lake, here around Sampson either. As we look, you don't want to be out there on Lake Geneva either with some of this coming on in. As we look at some of those areas down there, different water bodies. Again, haven't had much of this in a while. It's coming down pretty good right now here east of Stark. That rain rate just jumped way up to 3.24 inches an hour here as we're looking, if it fell at this constant rate for an hour, it would have that much, but so far only 0.17. 0.19 now in the rain gauge. So coming down very heavy here east of Stark. We need it. Not going to last long like this. This isn't going to be a whole inch, I don't think, like what we're talking about here. Some areas getting more than that, 2 inches out toward Tallahassee, but here around Stark, I mean, it's a situation here where we're not even going to end up, getting an inch of rain, which is unfortunate here, obviously, as we're looking and as we're tracking things, as we're giving you guys the very latest weather information. So, again, still with you here right now. Just trying to keep you guys informed. We do have a tornado watch in play here. Let me go ahead and throw that back up here on the screen. You can see here that tornado watch in play. Officially till 6, but right here in Bradford is going to be over very soon. We'll get trimmed out, not too long from now probably, because you already have your wind shifting here. You have your wind shifting, bringing in some cooler air. Some upper 40s, lower 50s tonight. I know we'll be watching, like in southern Tennessee, maybe even some frost up there. We're not going to get into that here, but there's some cooler air trying to come in, especially for early May. But it's also drier air that can, depending on how much rain we get, can also increase that fire danger a little bit as we're looking and as we're tracking things. You see the instability here, looking about, you got that nudge up there a little bit to get enough for a tornado watch, at least for Bradford, up over, 1,000 to 2,000 joules per kilogram, give or take. I mean, I'm looking at some of these values. I don't see the 2,000. You have to get more into the orange for that. But some of these were getting high end in 1,800s. And, as you look, it's all the same between like 12 and 18 with the color table. But it's 11:58 a.m. here on this Saturday morning. It's May 2nd, 2026. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. I know our power hadn't flickered yet, cross our fingers, but again, just continue here to watch and stay tuned for the very latest. Up to 0.35 now on the rain gauge. That really picked up. We had for a moment there on the gauge, we had a 7-inch hour rate, so some really torrential downpours. We just got a gust of wind a little bit on the gauge. Not hardly worth talking about. I mean, we weren't getting any wind. We're now up to 8. I mean, it's only at 7 feet up though, but again, 1,010 millibars with that pressure, 69.9, rounding up to 70 with the temperature reading here. So nothing too crazy here. Doesn't mean, down south we couldn't get something a little bit worse or a lot worse even. Since there is that formal tornado watch in the yellow shaded area. Again, Bradford got put into it very recently, last half hour or so. And it's going to be dropped very soon where we're at. We're going to get dropped very soon out of this. It's going to be one of the shorter tornado watches we've had here in Bradford County. That is for sure in terms of the length and the duration. Got a gust of 15 at the sheriff's office. We alluded to that a moment ago. Don't see anything about any type of damage reports yet here in Bradford in terms of, reports there in the county, but we'll keep watching. Still a little early on that. We have 2 customers in the dark in Bradford on the electric grid, 28 out in Union, according to Preparedness.us. This doesn't include, like the city. Let me go ahead and see what we might have here in terms of the very latest, in terms of that. Let's see if I don't see anything right, off here, but appreciate all 43 viewers that are tuning in right now on the different platforms. So, majority, almost all of them on YouTube there, 42 out of 43. They're YouTube at Cloud Weather. I appreciate you guys tuning in. I appreciate you guys trusting me. Again, hit that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed so you can see more of my weather information for our 38 county area. So, again, we're going to have a lot of enhancements coming here in the weeks and months ahead. So just make sure you stay tuned for that here as we look and as we monitor. So let me go ahead and pull up our area so you guys are aware here of our, from 62 to 38 so we can focus a little bit better. We're always on for any tornado warning storms within these 38 counties. We're on pretty much for any severe thunderstorm warnings in these areas as well, especially since we've been able to narrow it down. We've narrowed it down now, so kind of focus a little bit more on these areas. We're in Bradford. That's why it's highlighted right here, east of Stark, as we're looking and as we're tracking things. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. You can see this tornado watch here as we're looking at, you can see where we're tracking at through St. Johns County and Flagler County. We just got a new advisory out now, so we do now have an advisory for Stark. We just got an advisory for this line as of 12 o'clock. So at 12 o'clock, Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm that was near the Keensley area. So I'm going to check my other source here. I just want to read this off verbatim. So at 12 p.m., Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm near Keensley or near Stark, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Wind gust around 40 possible. Gainesville, Orange Park, Green Cove Springs, Stark, Keystone Heights, Hastings, Melrose, Mandarin, Fruit Cove, and Middleburg. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. So, obviously we're always concerned today, of all days with the graduations and folks out and about in Alachua County at UF and the like. So, just got to be very mindful of these inclement conditions. You see some lightning enhancement now in Levy County, someone up there. I know, I don't think we knew significant weather advisory down there, surprisingly a little bit, but we're going to watch up toward from Chiefland to Bronson to see this heavy rain as this kind of moves on in here, and we'll track that. Under the heavy rain here started to taper off, and we got about 0.4 of an inch on the rain gauge, 0.39. We got a 7.02 rain rate just before noon here, but we didn't see that type of rate for very long, and now the heaviest rain for Stark, it looks like, has passed us by here as we look and loop this around. And we see those winds start to shift and in that severe threat, and we have a little bit of rain back behind, but it won't be near as high of rates. That's going to be the highest we'll have, the highest we've had in a while here, just now. So, in terms of that rate of rain, for that brief little bit. So, again, just going to continue to keep you guys up to date here. Again, keeping you guys informed on the very latest. Again, appreciate everybody watching all the different platforms. It's going through all our different details here. Looking there right around Waldo in northern Alachua County, you can see some heavy rain moving on in there, in toward that Waldo area there. Of course, right around Hampton, you can see there on County Road 18, seeing some of that heavier rain coming on in toward that area there. A little bit of wind enhancement, maybe again, the advisory now talking about a gust to about 40 miles an hour, a possibility there, from just southeast of Stark down through Hampton and into Waldo, moving toward Keystone. This is moving off to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So again, just trying to let you guys know what's going on. Appreciate all 50 of you guys watching now on the different platforms. Again, mostly on YouTube here. But again, just appreciate everybody watching. Just to remind you guys of all the different platforms that I'm on, especially since I don't have any formal warnings, so we can kind of get into some of that other, type of discussion here. Since we don't have any formal warnings, we have to watch. So we have the advisories. You have Facebook there, you have Twitter/X, you have YouTube, you have Twitch, you have Clutter.com with all the different links to these sources available as well. So again, just trying to let you guys know all the different platforms we're on. On streaming, we're pretty much always on YouTube, and we're on the others, simultaneous. But, like sometimes I just post stuff over on Facebook there, for instance, when we have, things that don't necessarily require me to go on. Facebook, Casey Cloud, WX, Facebook Cloud, whether you guys have Twitter, I retweet stuff over there at Cloud Casey on that X platform a good bit. We don't really talk about national weather much anymore, but I'll still, for national weather, we'll still, send some stuff out. If it's a worst case scenario, like a tornado emergency, I don't jump on for those anymore, but we still send out some of that information. We're all about our local counties here and our local commitment, but still, occasional details about national you can get over there on Twitter. So, but it's a commitment here for our local 38 counties, our local areas here in the word Bradford. Very committed to you guys here, I'm a proud 2012 Bradford High School graduate there. Ironically, for those of you guys watching, and my last name is Roy Cloud, and yes, Bradford High School, if you look it up, and for our local viewers, their mascot's a tornado. Bradford High School, the tornadoes. That's why I graduated from high school, the middle school at the time. They were the hurricanes. Hurricanes spawned tornadoes, ironically. Now, all the schools are, called tornadoes here in the county, but, there's something interesting nonetheless here. I wouldn't believe it if it really wasn't the case, to be honest, but this is really true. That's my last name. And that, I went to the high school here, the one high school in the county, where they are really the tornadoes. Their mascot is a tornado. As we go ahead and continue to watch things here, you can kind of see what we're talking about on the Doppler perspective. We see a new advisory now pop up. Okay, so towards Levy County now. Not a warning, but a strong cluster of thunderstorms impacting central Levy County through around 12:30 p.m. At about 12:06, Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from 10 miles southeast of Fowler's Bluff to 28 miles southeast of Horseshoe Point to 40 miles west of Homosassa, moving east at 30 miles an hour, wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour, Williston Highlands, Otter Creek, and the community of Lebanon there. So if you're outdoors, just consider seeking shelter inside a sturdy building. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the situation. And I'm going to do something else on our other source now and to see how warm it is downstate. Our neighbors, out of our coverage area will have to watch these conditions down here where that tornado watch is going pretty far south, all the way to Osceola County there and the like until 6 p.m. We'll see if it holds together all the way down there with the potential. But let me go ahead and pull up our modeling, some of the latest modeling. Let me go ahead and show you that forecast model. And you can kind of see what we're tracking with some of that information. And you get out toward like 2 o'clock here and 3 o'clock and 4. I mean, maybe around Tampa stuff gets a little more robust. It doesn't show it that well here at points. So we'll see. It's a tricky situation because current weather analysis has a lot of energy. Some helicity, but really super cell composite just off that west coast especially. And even some of those STP values of a 1, right there off of like the west central Florida nature coast. So that'll be something those local meteorologists in Tampa and Orlando will be following. Of course, we're committed to our 38 counties. We won't be on for those areas past Levy, Marion, and Flagler, but we're watching, all the way south, through Levy, Marion, and Flagler. And in terms of that movement on that storm, east at 30 in Levy, that's what the Weather Service has. So let me back this up just so I can get a good idea of how this is moving. East at 30. So at the most, probably here that tail end should be out of our area in 3 hours here. East, out of Flagler within about 3 hours. So our tornado threat in our area, all the 8 counties remaining that are under the watch, that have been from, that get-go here a little while ago, about 45 minutes ago, should all be out of it within about 3 hours or so. But again, Bradford will be out of it very soon. That's where we're at, of course. If you're just tuning in, you can see that's a marine warning. That's pretty robust looking. We don't have a radar in the Gulf, thus it's kind of hard to see exactly what's going on here with the overall weather situation. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Again, we have not had any formal warnings here on this Saturday, but it's all about keeping you guys up to date on what's going on here. We have, those conditions in theory favorable for some tornadic activity. So, just got to be very mindful here of the situation. When there's a tornado watch in play, that means conditions are favorable for that tornadic potential. Just stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. Of course, be prepared, though, that if a tornado warning gets issued, watch means it could happen. A warning means it may be happening instantaneously or in a very short bit in your area, because that means a tornado has been detected using radar or spotted. You want to, of course, have your shoes on just in case, you have, maybe a tornado come through. You don't want to cut your feet up in the wake. Just seek shelter, inside that sturdy building, though, and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, or baseball helmet. Of course, you're always, thinking about that, and listen out for that freight train noise when you have some of that tornadic potential. So that's something to keep in mind. Again, continuing to watch, continuing to track. Let me check our Preparedness numbers now on the Preparedness.us, Preparedness.com map. We have 2 customers out in Bradford. That's not much. That's according, and indicating, talking about Clay Electric and FP&L. So I don't know about City of Stark exactly. It's not on that. 150 though out in Alachua, 28 out in Union, 11 out in Columbia, 78 out in Swanee, 71 out in Levy. These are not very high numbers for our area, which is great news, obviously. 550 out in Nassau County. They haven't even had, not even another tornado watch up there. They're the highest. Duvall's at 272 customers without electricity, but it doesn't take severe weather to knock out power. You can just have, a lightning strike, which can be dangerous in of itself. You can have, just a limb falling a line. It doesn't have to take, it doesn't take severe winds to cause that kind of damage. So, again, that's minor damage in general, but again, just continuing to give you guys the latest. I mean, these have generally underachieved so far. No formal warnings so far, but that far southern periphery, we're still going to watch with the tornado watch here in play. We're just going to keep on giving you guys the latest here. Your supercell composites. These are some high values here in the Gulf. So we'll be watching those, areas. Some of these more south of the area where you'll be watching the meteorologists down there. We cover Levy, but we don't cover Citrus. Cover Marion, but not down in towards Sumter and Lake. Cover Flagler, but not Volusia here. It's about our 38 county commitment, here in the Weather Center. Our coverage area where we had been 62 counties have been on for all tornado warning storms in 2019, late 2019, that have moved on through. We're now at 38 counties, and we're calling this clouds weather country in terms of the, overall area that we cover here in terms of that geography. So, again, just, giving you an idea here. I know we have the tornado watch for 8 counties right now on this map: Bradford, Clay, St. John's, Flagler, Putnam, Alachua, Marion, and Levy. So that's 8 counties. Levy, Marion's 2, Alachua, Putnam's 4, Bradford's Clay are 6, and St. John's and Flagler make it 8. So again, that's in our covered area, but you have to watch downstate where you'll be watching other folks, maybe cover it. But we're talking about our commitment to you, our local area here. So again, there's the different platforms we're on. Facebook, Casey Cloud X. We're streaming on those as well as YouTube, but we're on, not just on YouTube with this, but, obviously YouTube can help with, you can back this up a little bit with that DVR functionality on there, but you have Facebook, Casey Cloud X, Facebook Cloud Weather, you have Twitter /X Cloud Casey, you have Twitch Cloud Weather, and you have the website cloudweather.com. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on that very latest information. Again, keeping you guys informed here. Just trying to let you know everything that's happening. We'll go ahead and move this off the screen though and check some more things on the current Doppler. I know in Clay County some heavy rain doesn't look too crazy up there on the Doppler, but we can pull up some traffic cameras in toward that area. We can pull up some traffic cameras in that area. So let me go ahead and effort some of those. See what we can kind of get around Middleburg there in Clay County. We'll get to that First Coast Parkway there. Of course, you have State Road 23. Pull up one of these cameras here on that Florida 511 perspective. Looking north, you can kind of get an idea of what's going on in that area. Again, giving you guys a idea of just gotta be careful. I mean, doesn't take severe weather to hydroplane. The oil's on the road. If you haven't had rain in a while in a spot, that rain can kind of mix here, and that can be problematic. So again, something to be very mindful of as we're looking and as we're monitoring things. Just got to be really careful, obviously. We're going to pull up into the camera in Clay County now. Just got to be really careful with these wet conditions, obviously. Just trying to give you an idea of what's going on out there, though. With that look at the overall situation, you can see some of that water being flown up by some of the vehicles on that roadway there. That is that same road, that First Coast, I think, and maybe First Coast Expressway is pretty new. Haven't actually used it as a toll road there. Seen it multiple times, but haven't actually been on it there. So, and let me get my terminology right. I think it's the First Coast. I think I called it the Parkway. The First Coast Expressway is what we're calling that. Actually, that State Road 23, that toll road there, as we're looking out toward Clay County. So, again, just trying to keep you guys informed here with the very latest. Trying to look through all the different platforms here. I appreciate all 57 of you watching right now over on YouTube. Just trying to give you guys the very latest information here for our local area. And you see that lightning there, Levy County, Alachua County, that line there right around Archer, it looks like. Let's go ahead and get down into there a little bit. No advisory there, but definitely some pretty loud, rumbles of thunder, I'm sure. Might even knock power off a little bit. Hopefully we don't have any damage to like electrical equipment or anything like that, or electric, items in your home, when you have a good little bit of light. It's not overwhelming, but considering we haven't really had much lately at all, something to keep in mind. I still want to make sure you get enough rain over these areas, or we can have, fires, unfortunately, to start with all that drought that we're in. Because we've gotten about 4/10 series to start, not near enough, but better than the alternative for sure. But of course, we know about that drought situation here. We know about that drought situation here in toward Bradford County and in toward Alachua County and Levy County, and point westward, you have the exceptional drought. As we get further off toward the west there, the extreme drought further east, both are really bad, severe and Flagler. So not a great picture all the way around. And then you see that Georgia drought monitor. You can see exceptional drought there for so many. The terrible situation in Brantley County last week with all those, homes that sadly, were destroyed. Just awful. So all those structures destroyed there in North Brantley from that wildfire situation. It's just so awful. School's expected to start back, there in that county on Monday, though. But need the rain up there. I know. Getting rain, in these spots, need the rain. Don't want severe. Let's see how much rain they got up in Brantley, because we hadn't really talked about you guys too much since we didn't have anything getting close to severe. We didn't have much rain earlier, but we ended up getting on storm total about an inch there around the Hoboken, about 1.2. Some of these different areas there, a little over an inch, right into the fire, about an inch, but just north. Well, Atkinson, Roy is, where some of that is, but the North Roy, where the fire is, that's about 7/10 of an inch there as we're looking and as we're tracking. So that's similar to what we got last Sunday. We had that rogue renegade storm area pop on up. But again, just giving you the latest. See all that rain out toward, Leon County and Gadsden County there. Some areas showing 4 inches on the radar estimates in those white colors, which is great news. About 2 inches around northeast and into toward Tallahassee there. So see some of these wind numbers picking up a little, by the way, as we get back over here. 26 in Gainesville, 26 earlier in Cross City, 28 Ocala, 12 there in toward Putnam County and Palatka, 19 there around the Herlon Airport. So again, just trying to give you guys the updates. I know Nassau County starting to get the heaviest rain move off the coast. We had that shrimp festival going on up there at Fernandina. It's making things pretty wet up there, I know. Let me see if we have any updates on that shrimp festival here. If there are any, updates on how things are progressing. I know, looks like an hour or so ago, almost 2, that folks talking about if you're braving the rain, talking about the different booths there, and that shrimp would be sort of rain or shine. But obviously, if there's any thunder, lightning, you have to be careful. But apparently, still continuing up there based on some updates earlier on. It said clear out soon. Speaking of clearing out, I have FSU baseball where that rain's starting to, move on out there and toward Leon County. As we look here at the very latest as you look out there, that game in 2 games actually scheduled, a doubleheader scheduled there later on this afternoon there at Dick Howser Stadium at Mike Martin Field. That's still on there as that rain moves on out of the picture, which is some great news, obviously. Just trying to give you guys the very latest. It's definitely, trying to get that, game and that from yesterday in and the game in, game 2, which would have been today's game a little bit later on, and you have game 3 tomorrow, and weather should be good for that as it dries out, less humidity, bigger temperature contrast. And the UF baseball team, they're out in Norman, Oklahoma this weekend, by the way, out there. So just in terms of that weather, we're not too focused on that out that way. And then you have, FSU softball. Lonnie Alameda's squad, they are out there in Chestnut Hill in Massachusetts taking on Boston College with a series up that way. The UF softball team, they are, let's see where they're at. They're in Lexington for the SEC tournament next week, but Lexington, Kentucky. But let's see, Tim Walton's club there. Let's see, the head coach there looks like they're up in Athens, Georgia today. So only one local for this weekend's FSC baseball out of the 4. And that rain will be moving out here pretty soon. That's great news, obviously, for, the Seminoles and, that great club there, head coach Link Jarrett. And as we go ahead and look here back toward, Clay County, though, now you do see some heavy rainfall out there as we look toward State Road 16. You can see here we also know a lot to kind of get around Archer. Okay, we just got an advisory on this one now. Not a warning yet, but a little weak rotation popping up just north of Archer between Arredondo and Archer. And not a lot. I mean, it's just so far from the radar, it could be worse. They're closer to the surface, or it might not really be anything. Don't know. I mean, this is how it works with the Doppler here. And the different, angles and distances. But so the latest from the Weather Service at 12:19, Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from near Archer to near Williston Municipal Airport to 29 miles west of Homosassa. Movement was east at 40 miles an hour. Gainesville, Ocala, Palatka, Rainbow Lakes Estates, as well as Crescent City, Interlochen, Pomona Park, East Palatka, Salt Springs, and Citra. I know if you're outdoors, you want to consider seeking shelter inside a building. So important to keep in mind there, obviously, with, the different graduation plans over toward UF this weekend. I know looking at some of their information with commencement and the like, as we look toward Gainesville, I know they have some different departments doing the, college-specific recognition ceremonies here as we're looking and as we're tracking. So that's something to kind of bear in mind, different folks in town for some of those different events there, as we're looking toward the Stephen C. O'Connell Center. Looks like one of those ceremonies ended at 11, for a specific colleges. The next one gets going with the procession around 1:30. So people trying to make their way in, they may be getting wet here. Not an ideal scenario. Obviously, people leaving might be getting caught in traffic jams. So let's pull up some traffic cameras in toward Alachua County. And with the rain coming down, it probably won't look ideal, on some of these camera views. So we'll try to see what we can find here. Let's get a view there toward I-75. Oh, goodness, the camera just started moving here. They're moving it around a lot. I don't know if this, we'll see. If they're moving it like this, I may not show it long, but we'll pull it up. Okay, I-75 at State Road 24/Archer there. Florida 501 perspective. You can see some of these wet conditions here. Everybody with their lights on, obviously, very important here. It doesn't look really busy right here, but we'll keep looking for some more camera views of that tornado watch and play in Alachua County as well. So see it pretty slow there. It looks like underneath I-75. But if you look there at points, maybe just a red light, but Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest with some of these different visuals here, these viewpoints. Again, trying to keep you guys informed on our local weather and the different impacts. I know we got, it looks like 60 of you guys watching right now on YouTube. I appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting me. If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, make sure you do so you can see more of my weather content for our 38 counties. Our 38 counties as we're looking and as we're monitoring things. I know I do have a question from a viewer. We don't cover Tampa, but there are no tornado warnings anywhere in the country right now. We do have a tornado watch down that way, but no tornado warning, as we're looking here and as we're tracking things. I know a watch, the yellow shaded area means conditions are favorable for tornadic activity and close to the watch area, but a tornado warning means, conditions may be imminent, actually occurring, with a radar indicated tornado or something actually spotted. But yeah, there's not even any rain there yet, but we got to watch down there till 6 o'clock, because, conditions could be favorable for some of that nasty potential. So something to keep in mind as we're looking down there. Haven't had any formal warnings anywhere today. But again, we're just going to continue to look here, continue to track, continue to give you guys the very latest here. It's just all about protecting and informing. Today is more about informing, but still can have some concerns, but we haven't had any warnings. Informing you, your friends, and your family. I'm going to check some other traffic cams maybe. Let's go ahead and go to I-75 here, another view. Pull this on up, and you can see, that reduced visibility here. So you got to be careful with that as you look toward the exit 387 there. Again, just giving you guys an idea of what's going on the actual, hyperlocal level. As we continue to give you the latest. Again, that was a Florida 511 perspective. Again, just trying to let you know what the storyline is. I know if we had cameras by the University of Florida, I'm sure it's busy over there right now, with the rain, with graduations and the like. But again, you did get some, viewpoints from the traffic cameras. Let's see what we got here on some of our maps, though, on the geography and on the radar. With the geography and on the radar, you can see we do have that advisory that goes all the way through Putnam, pretty much, and through Marion until about 1 o'clock. Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from near Archer to near Williston Municipal Airport to 29 miles west of Homosassa. Movement was east at 40 miles an hour. Wind gust around 40 miles an hour possibility. Gainesville, Ocala, Palaca, Rainbow Lakes Estates, Crescent City, Interlochen, as well as Pomona Park, East Palaca, Salt Springs, and Citrus. So you can see out toward Levy County. Again, watching things. That's significant with advisory. Again, we have not had any formal warnings today over land. So, I appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me, though, for the very latest. As we see here in toward Levy County around Gulf Hammock. Some heavy rain down there. You see Williston Highlands. Some torrential downpours there at times, so that can reduce visibility. Can lead to some traffic accidents. So, still can have hazardous weather without warnings. There's something to bear in mind. And now here in Bradford County, our severe threat's over. Also, most of the rain's over. Maybe some intermittent showers here at points back behind. See some of that toward, the Big Bend region. But as we go ahead and look back on over here in Clay County, we look at some of the radial velocities. You can see some weak rotation there, just east of Keystone. Not much. I mean, it's just some wind enhancement, really. Nothing too crazy, but as you look into toward Alachua County, some heavy rain right there around State Road 24 and State Road 331. Giving you guys an idea there around areas there on South Main Street. In Hawthorne, you're getting some rain as well. State Road 20 in Interlochen there in Putnam County around State Road 20, but also you have a County Road 315 in there. So continuing to watch that. Looks like we just got the latest from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman. Let me see if we can get an updated graphic for this. A tornado risk. Has that been updated yet? Or let's see if we have a new graphic. Okay, we did just get the update. So I'll put this on the screen. Bear with me here. And our other system used to show it automatically. I haven't updated some stuff because since they added the different hatched areas, the Storm Prediction Center there, it kind of threw some stuff off. So I have to go to a different source right now. But we have a lot of upgrades underway. So, we'll be focusing on those on our other systems that we'll be working with versus, the existing, maybe it's take an update or something. But this is another look here at the, at this, the newest look now from NOAA. And you can see we have the 2 out of 5 risk there from Jacksonville through Gainesville, Daytona, close to Orlando and Tampa, the 1 out of 5 further up. But really that risk, up in here, kind of in the dark green, coming to an end up there. Watching still in the yellow zone, though, for some potential. So we'll be continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. Again, giving you guys the very latest here on the overall scenario. Again, I appreciate all 67 of you watching right now on YouTube. I see we have a viewer there, Diamond from Bronson. Appreciate you tuning in there. And as we go ahead and look, we have, Bronson there in the northeastern Levy County there as a situation where you have just some lighter rain now. As we kind of back this up a little bit, you can see you had the heavier rain a little while ago. There's some heavier rain, and you're hearing maybe the rumbles of thunder, and those are around Williston Highlands there as we're looking at that area. So, you see around Gainesville, there's State Road 24, as we're looking, Waldo Road. I mean, the worst of this right, Gainesville Airport south a little bit, in toward Gainesville there, close. I mean, there's the University of Florida. And some of the worst of this, they're getting some downpours there near that Stephen C. O'Connell Center. So, did just get a new advisory now. Southeastern Levy and Citrus there from the Tampa office until 1 p.m. So again, these are all just below severe warnings, which is great. Getting the rain, we're not getting any, the alerts that go off, at least with the actual activation on the weather radios. You can listen to this stuff on your weather radio. I know it's a good thing, just to have a weather radio. Maybe not a day like this here for most of us, but some days in the future days can wake you up in the middle of the night or when you're sleeping. If you are sleeping during the day to day, just whenever, you can get, really that alert to wake you up. If there's like a tornado warning storm moving your way, so you can take shelter. You have some of those with those different codes. You can just program them for your county. So it's another method in staying informed here and staying safe. You have phone alerts, but then, sometimes maybe cell phone towers have issues. This is another, method. I mean, sometimes the weather radio sites can be down too, but it's about multiple layers here. Obviously with our coverage here, we're on for the tornado warning storms in our 38 counties, but just the multiple layers of protection here to keep you guys safe and informed. I know we do have that advisory though there, Citrus out of our area, but in Levy as well. But at 12:32, Levy of course in our area, at 12:32, Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Williston Highlands to 17 miles west of Rainbow Lakes Estates to 21 miles west of Crystal River Airport. Movement was east at 35 miles an hour, wind gust up to 50 miles an hour. Williston Highlands, Williston Municipal Airport, Inglis over toward the community of Lebanon, community of Citronelle, Crystal Manor, Citrus Springs. You kind of get the idea of what we're talking about there. And this will be moving, toward Lake Dunellen there in Marion County. And now this is the Tampa office drawing this up. This is Jacksonville's area, and Jacksonville drawing this polygon, advisory polygon up. So some of this we'll see here. Let's see if this kind of looks like it's headed close to east, but some of this may kind of just, almost slip south once it gets past Marion. Because our area, goes as far south as here, but then it, goes up because we don't cover Volusia or Lake. I know we're online. It's not like, antenna or something, but this is how we cover it. We cover Marion, Putnam, Flagler, Jacksonville Weather Service. Well, Volusia's Melbourne, and we don't cover you guys in Volusia. You have plenty of options down there in that Orlando TV market for coverage. Down there, I mean, as you're looking and as you're tracking, if something gets robust down in that zone. But, I mean, you got, 4 over-the-air networks plus a cable network, down there that I'm aware of. There might be more options digitally and things like that, but, that's at least 5 options down there in that market. So, for coverage as warranted. As we look and as we track. By the way, we did just get a report there around Cedar Key now. A buoy there, 1 mile southeast of Cedar Key at 12:06 p.m. reported a gust there to 46 miles an hour. So I haven't had too many of those reports today, so that's a good sign that we haven't. But that one getting a little more robust. We have a little more of the parameters in our southern, periphery here, the viewing circle. Again, just continuing to keep you guys up to date, keeping you informed. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in. The time right now is 12:38 p.m. We have 72 viewers right now on YouTube. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. We have between all the platforms, it looks like just a little bit more than that, tuning on in. And, if you haven't already there on YouTube, we don't have any warnings, so I think it's okay to kind of mention this right now. Just go ahead and hit that subscribe button. So when we do have warnings, maybe, you can tune in for coverage for our 38 counties here, that commitment, to the 38 county zone. Appreciate you guys tuning in here and trusting me, and, be with you here with, more enhanced coverage even in the months to come as we look ahead in that timeline with some, big announcements here in toward the weather center. So again, let me remind you guys of our covered areas so you know about, that 38 county commitment, and cloud weather, the cloud weather country, in terms of our 38 counties that had been covering 62, been on for every tornado warning storm for our 62 counties since late 2019, but now we're able to do a little bit more enhanced coverage. Not always going to be on for these, storms that are sub-severe like this, but, it gives us the ability, to be on for stuff that's not quite as robust, like, what we're seeing today. It seems generally, based on everything that we're getting in terms of that information, we're able to be on for stuff, that's not quite as dangerous, covering 38 versus 62. We'll be with you guys a little bit more, so just hit that subscribe button there on YouTube so you see more of my weather content and more live updates. We have a lot planned coming up here in toward that timeline, so just make sure you stick with me here at Cloud Weather for that very latest information here, in terms of the, in terms of that weather and all those details. And I'm going to check our power outage numbers now, and we'll leave this map up for a moment. But let me check our power outage numbers. I'm going to try to give you guys the very latest here. And of course, subscribing, by the way, is free. There on YouTube, it's free to subscribe to my YouTube channel. So something to keep in mind. But 316 customers in the dark in Alachua County, 2 in Bradford County, 14 in Clay County, 57 in Putnam. Not very high numbers, but those are the numbers in the dark, without electricity customers. 632 in Nassau. We really hadn't had anything too crazy with the storms up there in terms of like warnings, but I know it just takes a little bit of something. I know you have the Shrimp Festival going on up there this weekend. You have Alachua County, 316 customers in toward the, the area in the dark. 230 there in Duval. So these are pretty, small numbers. One number we did get, though, in Cedar Key, Levy County, it's as close as we've gotten to severe today for sure. 1230, so that might cause somebody to issue a warning here. We just got a gust of 54 there at the weather stem side in Cedar Key. 58 is severe. Get you a yellow box in general. 54 is what we've had observed there at Cedar Key at 12:30 p.m. on the Mesonet station. So in that area there. So let's remind you guys of, what we're talking. course, they're a little bit more vulnerable, even though they've had a lot of, repairs done. They're a little more vulnerable because of all the hurricanes that have been, that have moved through there, obviously, into toward that area. You can see, though, there's Cedar Key that's gone on through now. This storm line there over the last few moments, some of the worst of this now. Some of that right there on Inglis moving in, maybe gusts to almost 60 possible in southern Levy County around Inglis. And right now, though, even more so in Yankeetown there in southern Levy County. Of course, we're not going to ever forget what happened there in areas like Cedar Key after Hurricane, Helene. You saw the damage there. This was a view from above in toward that area there in Levy County, really telling that weather story about just how, severe things were in terms of that weather impact. So sometimes things can be a little more vulnerable because people are more nervous, even if something's sub-severe, coming on through here and there's rumbles of thunder, in some cases could bring back bad memories. You got to be, you got to keep everybody in your thoughts and prayers because sometimes people have storm anxiety here, and this isn't too big of an event. Obviously, nothing compared to Helene. I mean, almost at the entire, different end of that scale here compared to Helene. With today's event here, Helene was a terrible, terrible hurricane, one of the most impactful ever in the country. I mean, it hit, with that landfall in our area, we're with you every step of the way. And then in the Carolinas, though, and western North Carolina, I mean, we had more fatalities up there with just all that flooding. Even we still, had some tragedies here in our area from this storm system too. Just awful. Granted, I mean, it's so bad for people losing homes. If it would have went a little west, toward like Tallahassee, we already had the bad tornadic activity that year. We would have had, quite a bit bigger population density with just some extreme damage from the winds. But you had Valdosta impacted so badly from Helene there in 2024. As we go ahead and look here at the Doppler right now. Just got a new advisory, by the way. Jacksonville office. Again, a bunch is just barely under severe warning, alerts here per se. At 12:41, I know this was, tracked on the Doppler, sent out at 12:42 for some strong thunderstorm action impacting southeast Alachua and Marion counties through 1:15. At 12:41 p.m., Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from near Williston Municipal Airport to 9 miles southwest of Rainbow Lakes Estates. Movement was east at 50 miles an hour, wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. Possible Callow, Rainbow Lakes Estates, Fort McCoy, Citra, Lynn, Spar, Anthony, the village of Briar Meadow, Ocklawaha, Silver Spring Shores included there as well. So again, looking at the situation there, you can see some of this from around Inglis and Yankeetown there in Levy County. But then you have, Williston involved here too. And then you have areas further east where Watson, I know we had a gust, by the way, in Gainesville recently to 44 at Gainesville Regional Airport with some of this coming on through there. So getting a little bit gusty there with some of that wind right near Waldo Road in Alachua County. As this here around Orange Heights, you can see some of that. That might get us some gust there. Let's look at that angle. Maybe, maybe some gust about 45 close to the RV park, or maybe just south, because the RV park's closer to the airport up there. But, still, Keystone Heights could get some gust about 45 miles an hour. That's just barely tropical storm force type of wind. So something to bear in mind there. Tropical storm force is at 39. Hurricane, sustained winds start at 74. Just real quick, Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. You really get up there. I mean, 60 is damaging for a severe thunderstorm. 74 is a hurricane in terms of, the sustained type of wind speeds. Again, trying to keep you guys informed, though. I know hurricane season's a month away. But, as we look here, got a gust actually, they're calling it 45. Sometimes our system rounds weird on this, but the ASOS is saying 45 there. Thunderstorm gust to 45 at 12:36 I have this so it gives us the instant numbers, but occasionally the rounding gets a little weird. Still a 44 in the actual descriptor, but I'm going to go with 45, the weather service in Jax is then 25 there at Keystone Airport, 25 at 12:35. So, not quite tropical storm force gust, but still noteworthy. So, again, just trying to keep you guys, up to date here. Appreciate all 78 of you watching right now over on YouTube. I really do appreciate you guys tuning in here and trusting me on this Saturday afternoon. Maybe not a lot going on, for some of you, so you're just kind of trying to get an idea of what's going on, but then, others of you are maybe being impacted directly by this activity, as it comes your way, maybe impacting plans there at like, UF there with the graduations, coming and going from those, things along those lines, so. You can see here between Bostwick and Hastings, I know some of these areas have had big fires in these vicinities, getting some heavier rain right now, so that's helpful as we're looking down that way. As we get into toward western Marion County, you can see some heavier rain there. Moving toward I-75, you see McIntosh and Reddick and the like. So, and, Williston and Morriston getting some pretty heavy rain right now down to Inglis there. And toward Levy County. So again, nothing's been warned today, though, even though we do have that tornado watch in play. We do have that tornado watch in play. Now, if you're watching from Bradford, you probably saw it pop up maybe on your phone, around 11:30 or so. Well, that threat ended here by about 12:15 probably. A little bit of lightning here or there, but, that threat really ramped on down here in Bradford as we were looking, as we were tracking. So here's some rumbles of thunder. I guess they're just going to keep it a little longer in case, for that southern periphery coming on in. But just gust about 45 be yet on that. They'll be, dropping that. It's just, Stark's out of that potential for sure. That southern periphery is just barely clipping, barely clipping here. But they'll be dropping Bradford soon, I'm sure. From that tornado watch. Talking about the different meteorologists there at the Storm Prediction Center, but also in NWS in Jacksonville, them coordinating, of course. Again, I know, of course, we don't cover south of Marion, Levy, and Flagler. If there's something really crazy, maybe retweet something over on Twitter at CloudKC, the X platform. But while I'm on, let me go ahead and just kind of, it's 12:49 right now. If you have travel plans down there, and I need to adjust this model before I get into it because we had a new run come out. So ARRR going to about 2 p.m. You can see here 3 p.m. kind of giving you guys the very latest here. And, that didn't look too robust, but maybe stuff around Orlando, Tampa later on. That really doesn't look robust at all. Let me pull up the other modeling. This is the NAM high res that weakens it too, so that's interesting. I wonder if they're thinking there's going to be some undercutting going on here with this. You have pretty deep, lower pressure values. I know I have 1,010 here east of Stark. Not crazy low, but you had these parameters, that's enough for them just to watch. I was a little surprised they issued it. But the Storm Prediction Center gone ahead and issued it here. You can see Southern Levy have quite a bit of energy and some supercell composite and some significant tornado parameter about 0.27. But that's about out of Inglis there. This will be clearing Levy here pretty soon. Not yet. Still got to watch Williston through Romeo, which is back to the west a little through Morriston. You have Inglis there and Yankeetown. But, we're getting there. That'll be trimmed out soon. Levy, Bradford will be out soon. Alachua, might come back at a similar time. So we currently have 8 counties under the watch here, but we'll be down to 5 pretty soon. So something to bear in mind as we're tracking things here with the overall meteorological storyline. Got a viewer in Dunellen watching saying it's getting dark and windy out there. Let's go ahead and look over toward the Denellen area right now on the Doppler. You can see what we're talking about, with some of the darker, red showing up on the Doppler perspective there in southwestern Marion County. I'm trying to give you guys the very latest details on all this. Again, we have not had any formal warnings here today, but still can be impactful. I know we do have a camera view from English. Let's go ahead and see if we can pull that one up. US 19/US 98 at County Road 40, a Florida 511 perspective here. At least showing some darker, skies on that, but I can't get the actual feed to come up here. It doesn't look like here at the moment. We'll try a different way, but let me see what I can find. Sometimes the different sources. Okay, we have a camera. We have some cameras in Williston. Let's go ahead and pull Williston up. So I'll go ahead and move the radar real quick. So you see Williston's kind of on the back edge a little bit, but we'll go ahead and you'll be able to see some of the pond and the water on the roadway up there. Just a little bit there in toward that zone there in toward Levy County. As we're tracking, folks, with those windshield wipers on and those lights on. US 27 there at East 4th Street. So again, just kind of letting you guys know what's going on. Trying to keep you up to date on the overall situation. I appreciate all 96 of you guys watching right now over on YouTube. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. It's, situation we haven't had any warnings, but still some stronger storms, still, weather that's impacting your day, your weekend, your Saturday, where there's a lot of graduation plans and the like in play for people. So, and just, not just the people that, have their graduations, but also the families, the friends going to them. And this weather definitely can play a role in, altering things a little bit or making things a little bit, tricky to navigate there on the roadways. So, again, just really appreciative of everybody tuning in here on all the different platforms, especially on YouTube there at Cloud Weather. You have English, Yankee Town there, getting into it, southern Levy County. You have Romeo there in toward western Marion. You have areas there, toward I-75, there northern Marion County being impacted. We're just going to be continuing to track here, continuing to monitor things. Let me see if I can pull a camera up in northern Marion along I-75. See if we can get a camera up in that vicinity on the Florida 501 perspective. You can kind of see here, it doesn't look really crazy, but I'm giving you guys a little bit of a viewpoint of what's going on there with the tornado watch situation. A little bit of sun in there, it looks like maybe. We've had some destabilization down there today. As we monitor things, may just be the aperture on that at this point, but as we go ahead and continue to watch, continue to track, and there has still been a little bit of clearing there on the view. You can see there southern Marion and the like. And as we get to the north, you can see here in Bradford, still getting some rain. I heard the rain pick up a little. We're up to almost a half inch for today, but we're, seeing this a little bit more of that pick up here at points. But let me see if we had any type of damage reports here in Bradford. Okay, it looks like, and I don't know if it's because of lightning or it could be a house fire. I'm not sure, but it looks like a report of a fire near 216th Street here in Bradford County. Let me see if there's anything from like fire rescue or anything on that. Don't see anything yet, but again, I don't know if the cause is lightning or could be anything really, but just kind of something to keep in mind here where we're at in Bradford County. Again, just trying to let you guys know everything that's happening Again, looking here at the Doppler, western Marion County, watching everything here closely. Definitely the most viewers we've had here, probably ever, especially, outside of a tropical system. But 120 viewers watching right now on YouTube. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me on this Saturday afternoon, letting you guys know what's going on. I know we have a viewer talking about, they're in Dunellen, and it just started raining there right now in toward Dunellen. So again, just letting you guys know the storyline, that storyline there in towards southwestern Marion County. Letting you guys know what's going on. Definitely important to keep in mind. As we're looking there, you can see some heavier rain there. Orange Lake, and, through I-75 and down through, it looks like County Road 326 and US 27. Romeo, I know we have some of the different, areas there as we look toward Ocala, that horse capital. I mean, tonight's the Kentucky Derby. So, a lot of folks from Ocala watching that Kentucky Derby with interest. And right now, there's some rain coming on in there as we're looking at things in toward Marion County. So, again, just, continuing to give you guys that latest here on the Doppler. On English, you can see some of that wind and rain. And let me switch over to Tampa view for a better look at this. Some wind aloft. It's hard to tell you have that, rains folding. We have that purple going on. It makes it hard to really see what's going on closer to the surface anyway because of the heights here. So that's something to bear in mind as we're looking, as we're tracking things. So again, trying to keep you guys informed. Trying to let you know everything that's happening here again. Watching that Doppler, a little more of the favorable parameters toward Levy and Marion. See if we have any power outage updates out at Levy County. I'm going to check some of the sources here. 204 customers out so far in Levy County according to Preparedness.us. As we look, as we update you guys. 203 on the Central Florida Electric Cooperative, 1 on Duke Energy. According to that information. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date. It looks more intense down here, even off the Jacksonville radar. This stuff doesn't look too crazy, for most of the rest of the area. Just this little cluster. And down here, we have that instability. This little, some of those parameters we were talking about earlier on. More focused. Southern Alachua through Marion. Again, giving you guys the very latest there. Keeping you guys informed. It is 1 o'clock pretty much now on the dot. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. I know Bradford, Central Marion, some of these other areas. New advisory. Let's see what we got with that. It's this one here going across. As we give you guys the very latest here. Just trying to give you guys the updates. Wind gusts of 40 to 50, through that Flagler County coastline through 2 o'clock. So, again, some of this doesn't look too crazy up here. This here kind of clips the southern periphery maybe down in there. Again, you can see in Marion County that has some heavier rain. Pretty highly populated area, a growing area there, Marion County and Ocala for sure. Very fast, growing here in the country, Marion County. And they're going to be getting some heavier downpours here. In toward Ocala proper here very soon. Silver Springs, that area there. Definitely watching some of that precip and some of the storm action. Not severe quite, but not too far off of it coming on in there in toward Marion County. So let's see what we can pull up with some camera views around like Lowell maybe. We'll try to pull up a camera view there on the Florida 501 perspective. Again, giving you guys those latest details. I-75 northbound at mile marker 362.7. You can definitely see some of the pond in the water on the roadways there. and the like as we're looking out that way. Camera's shaking maybe just a little bit here as we're looking at the overall situation. That tornado watch still in play down there into Marion County. Officially it's till 6 o'clock. Officially till 6 o'clock, but really not going to last that long. Down there are going to be gone very soon for some of those counties like Bradford. Here where we're at, as I've alluded to, we're at 67 degrees right now. By the way, temperature dropping a little bit. Even cooler as you get out toward like Tallahassee and the like, as you get out toward Tallahassee and toward Leon County. So again, trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on here in the Weather Center. You can see here again all the folks who are lights on here. Very important is that, obviously, when you have the rain coming down, that reduction in visibility here. Some of these folks might have just went to a graduation at UF and are headed back downstate now or upstate here. I know, different directions, obviously. Some doing one thing, some doing the other. As we're tracking from the other graduations here. Not just thinking about UF, but, other graduations here in the state, of course, as we're looking and as we're monitoring things. So definitely something to keep in mind here as we're keeping you guys informed. Let me go ahead and move away from this view right now, though. Again, we'll look at the Doppler. We'll look at Marion County. Again, trying to keep you guys informed. Just trying to let you guys know here exactly what is happening. .103 is that time. May 2nd, 2026. Appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me. Again, it's so important. So important to be monitoring things here. 2 o'clock, that new advisory in play as we're getting a little bit further up with the geography. It starts there, but it does include areas, down through Marion. Let me read some of this off. Bear with me here as we give you guys the very latest. At 12:58 p.m., Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms over Spar near Citra, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Strong thunderstorms impacting Flagler, southeastern Bradford, southeastern Alachua, southern St. John's, Marion, Putnam, and southern Clay counties through 2 p.m. Again, Palm Coast, Ocala, St. Augustine, Palaco, Rainbow Lakes Estates, Flagler Beach. Don't want to be out on the beach there with lightning coming on in. Bunnell, Crescent City, Interlock, and Keystone Heights. Again, definitely watching the situation carefully as we look over that way, out there, we had that issue last year, lightning hitting, at the beach and impacting, some member to the community, just, awful, just, whenever that lightning is around, it's just so dangerous sometimes. As cloud to ground strikes, whenever thunder roars, the mantra is, go indoors. Sometimes they can just strike quickly from the blue, though, so you got to keep that in mind. You got to keep that in mind here as we look at the overall situation. Again, letting you guys know here, what's going on. I see Elisa watching. I appreciate you tuning in here. I appreciate you encouraging everybody to hit that like button. And yeah, absolutely. I like this. So more people can see this, coverage and future coverage here of weather concerns here in those 38 counties that I cover here in toward the Weather Center. So, when we have stuff that's even more inclement than today, like tornado warnings that, we actually have the boxes pop up. We might still get something today. We have to watch, but haven't had any formal warnings. Just appreciate you tuning in. And, hopefully you guys will be tuning in for future coverage to that subscribe button as well here on YouTube. So you see more coverage here. You see more of that weather coverage in the future from me here in the Weather Center. I'm based in Stark, Florida, in Bradford County. Appreciate, it looks like all 136 watching right now over on that YouTube platform. And we just got our first warning, so Okay, we've been here a while, and we just got our first warning now until 1:30, so things ramping up a little bit now. So let me go ahead, give you guys the very latest here as we look, as we track. We got a severe thunderstorm warning now issued by the Jacksonville office that goes until 1:30. So we're talking about here at 1:05 p.m. a severe thunderstorm was located over Anthony or near Ocala, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Southeastern Alachua County, Marion County, southwestern Putnam County there. We have Ocala, Rainbow Lakes Estates, Fort McCoy, as well as Citra, Lynn, Lake Delancey, Sparta, Village of Briar Meadow, Moss Bluff, and Lake Weir here, all under this severe thunderstorm warning. So you can see Dunellen, you can see again Martell and Kendrick and Lowell and Spar, Citra. You kind of get the idea here what's going on as we're looking at the situation. We'll see what that sensor says at Ocala Airport. That might determine if future warnings are needed downstream based on what type of number we get, because 58 officially is what severe is, and 28 was the gust a little while ago there as we're looking toward Interstate 75, but now a severe thunderstorm warning here for Marion County, and then, a little bit of, Alachua and Putnam counties until 1:30 p.m. No tornado possible tag right now, but we'll watch to see if rotations pick up a little bit as we look in toward that area. I know this got a report there from a viewer as we're looking out toward area there, down toward the south end of Dunellen, and the power just flickered. It just blinked down there in toward Dunellen, and you guys are under, again, this newly issued severe thunderstorm warning. Just got issued there about 3 minutes ago as we're looking in toward that area. Southeastern Alachua, Marion, southwestern Putnam counties involved here at 1:05. A severe thunderstorm was located over Anthony or near Ocala, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Ocala, Rainbow Lakes Estates, Fort McCoy, Citra, Lynn, Lake Delancey, Sparta, Village of Briar Meadow, Moss Bluff, and Lake Weir. So, you have that accent there right along US 41 there in toward that area. Just watching the situation here carefully in toward that zone. And let me see if we can get some camera views up here in that vicinity. I know we'll pull up some right in Ocala here. People might be out there at the mall this afternoon, something like that. And these conditions definitely deteriorating in that vicinity right now. We got a good look at it here. These more favorable parameters here coming into play. This is a live look here on the Florida 511 perspective, I-75 northbound at mile marker 350.8. So, again, kind of telling that weather story here as we look at the overall situation. Again, I-75 northbound at mile marker 350.8. Looking off toward the south, you can definitely see these conditions here. As they're deteriorating. This looks like maybe one of our more dramatic shots we've had here today, and one of those more dramatic visuals in terms of the overall meteorology. So, severe thunderstorm warning is for the 60-mile-an-hour wind gust potential, not for hail. It could be up to 3/4 in theory if we have some there, but as a situation here, that's a no tornado possible tab. We'll watch to make sure we don't have any rotation. I know we're pretty far from the radar. This is our 35th severe thunderstorm warning issued of the year by the Jacksonville office at 1:05. A severe thunderstorm was located over Anthony near Ocala. That's a pretty low number, really, for this far into the year. Sometimes you can really get up there this part of the year. I mean, it's more for tornado warnings. You'd have them really ramp up. The severe thunderstorm warning in the summertime, you'll have a whole bunch, but there'll be a lot more hit and miss and something a little more organized like this segment here, but the line segment. But the National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Alachua County in northern Florida, Marion County in northern Florida, southwestern Putnam County, and northeastern Florida until 1:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 1:05 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Anthony near Ocala, moving east at 50 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail, potential hazards, Ocala, Rainbow Lakes Estates, Fort McCoy, Citra, Lynn, Lake Delancey, Spar, the village of Briar Meadow, Moss Bluff, and Lake Weir. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. Again, that visual of the situation definitely can be helpful to kind of tell that weather story as we're looking and as we're tracking things here. We're just letting you guys know what's happening. Again, just trying to keep you guys informed here. I'm just going between all the different sources. I'm going to check here. I know we have a camera view, west of Bellevue. Let's pull up one of those maybe. I mean, there's multiple, but we'll pull up this one here. Toward I-75. As you see the darker skies there, top left. Helping to tell that weather story. Again, moving away from that right now. So back to the Doppler we go. Let's do some more inspection here of this storm. I'm trying to give you guys the very latest here. Trying to let you guys know what's happening in toward this area. You see Ocala there. You see Kendrick. You see Anthony. You see Martell. You see Spar and Citra. You see Dunellen, where we have a viewer Watson there. Looking at some of this heavy rain along US 41. County Road 484 there in toward Dunellen. Again, we have an official, I'm losing my voice a little, but we have an official warning here for the first time today. Yellow box, in this tornado watch was yellow shade on the other graphic, but that tornado watch, meaning some severe conditions potentially, favorable here in terms of that, a risk in development. And now we actually have at least a severe thunderstorm warning because of the hazardous wind gusts, maybe 60 miles an hour. So again, watching that gauge there, wind gauge there at the Ocala airport at 24 miles an hour. It's a situation where it's going to continue to watch those different readings here as things evolve. As we, watch here. We got 175 of you watching right now with me on YouTube as we continue to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on at 1:14 on this May 2nd, 2026. Again, looking down there toward Marion County, you see between Citra and Eureka there's some heavier downpours. Some of that lightning, some of that electrical energy definitely showing on up here this afternoon. Whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors. You got that, nasty weather there. Just giving you guys an idea of what's going on here with that Doppler perspective. Citrus, they're not under a warning. They're out of our area, but they're getting some lightning too. But, just moving past right there, as we get on here on the street level, the city center, Dunellen, we're getting the heaviest rain to move just past that city center, but you still got a lot of population out here as we look. Just got a gust of 44 now, looks like, at the Ocala airport. As of 2 minutes ago, a gust of 44 out of the west-northwest there, in that area. Speaking of wind direction, I know Keystone now, that wind is out of the west-southwest. That's interesting. But let me just go to the overall map because our, newest, algorithms, in terms of the updates on those, would seem to indicate here that the wind's really starting to switch direction, which, obviously indicates that threat for severe really goes away as we're looking and as we're tracking things. The tornado watch should go away very soon in Bradford. Alachua may go away at the same time even. May just be waiting to get 2 counties out of it to actually do the update. And then Levy probably getting out of it from the Tampa office here soon. As we're looking, really the biggest threat looks to be Marion, southern Putnam, southeastern Alachua, and maybe a little bit of, a Flagler. So a little bit of Alachua, Putnam, most of Marion, and then Flagler for our area. Of course, Volusia be watching downstate here. As parameters try to come together there with some instability, seeing storms pop up even out ahead impacting some outdoor events, maybe around Orlando down there. But again, just trying to keep you guys informed. Your dew points here, you see some of these values still a little high up to the north, but don't have too many wind gusts here, a little bit more further back. But just continuing to see here. I know they just sent out the OSR, the local storm report, did the Jacksonville office, the ASOS there. As we're looking, I guess, well, this station there at the Ocala airport picking up there, at James Taylor Field, a gust of 45 miles an hour. Trying to give you guys the very latest on that. Again, actually, that's an automated weather observing system. So the AWAS there, I guess we would call that. But again, 45 mile an hour gust, 1:13 p.m. That's the storyline there. You had a gust around Cedar Key to 54 later on the weather stem at 12:30. That's our highest over land here today. Gainesville's 45 and Ocala also 45, so nothing too crazy on the measurement sites anyway. Again, still giving you the latest. I think one little bit more, of a downpour coming through. We're out here east of Stark, showing up on this radar. We don't have a warning here, by the way. It's to the south, but just thought I'd look at that because I hear it picking up real quick outside, but may still have a little bit here and there. But the severe threat's over here in Bradford. That's good news. But we have a warning, a formal warning. As we look down to the south here, the National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Alachua, Marion County, and in southwestern Putnam County until about 1:30 p.m. At 1:05, a severe thunderstorm was located over Anthony near Ocala, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Ocala, Rainbow Lakes Estates, Fort McCoy, Citra, Lynn, Lake Delancey, Sparta, Village of Briar Meadow, Moss Bluff, and Lake Weir. So, for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect for portions of northern and northeastern Florida for officially till 6, but not that long. In our coverage area, we wouldn't have to watch for that too much longer. Something interesting, it's not in our area, but we're getting a little bit of a discrete cell to pop up here out of our area in the Orlando TV market. Something that we follow, and gust of 50 possible there. There's a tornado watch, so I don't know if we'd actually get enough to get like rotation on that for something to really ramp up, but that'll be something they're following. That should stay south of our coverage area. So as we look here back to the Ocala storm axis, I know getting some new viewer comments here into the Weather Center. Heavy winds around Dun Ellen. Temperature dropping there, looks like, and then it was dark earlier, outside lights on. That thunderstorm accent was loud. And yeah, again, I appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me this afternoon for the very latest. Let me see if we have any power outage updates here. At a Marion on the Preparedness.us numbering. The data points that we're getting in at 10,619 customers in the dark in the state of Florida now. As we're looking at the latest, it looks like 3,267 now in the newest update in the dark in Marion County. Just as of 3 minutes ago, according to Preparedness.us, we have 3,267 customers. 3,267 customers in the dark. That's by far the highest we've had anywhere today in the area, in the state, really. It looks like Seco Energy reporting 2,070 customers in the dark. Clay Electric Cooperative reporting 1,178 customers in the dark there. The Ocala Electric Utility 16 and Duke Energy at 3. So again, just giving you guys the latest. I know East Ocala, apparently the weather's picking up there now. As we're looking at Silver Springs area as well. As we look at that Doppler perspective, and we'll look back at some of those cameras again. with that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go ahead. We'll try to pull up some camera views there if we can. Try to give you an idea of some of these conditions. We'll see what we have on I-75 here, one of the perspectives. This Florida 511 view. You can kind of see the slick conditions on the roads. That camera with some of that rain on the lens there for sure. In toward Marion County. Nothing just overwhelming though. This is, we've talked about, Helene. We've talked about Adalia. This is the complete opposite end of the spectrum. Those are the worst case scenario weather events. These are, lower level events, not quite, as low as like afternoon storms. Granted, those can have issues, cause lightning fires, things along those lines. It's not, quite in terms of, just the very bottom since we have had a warning, but still not very impactful compared to, full-scale systems like hurricanes here and the like. So, again, just going to continue to look here, continue to track. Yeah, Denali under a tornado watch officially till 6 o'clock, but really, your threat here soon should be subsiding for that. You always got to respect the watch boxes here, but really that, threat should be over here, very soon around Dun Allen. Not until the severe thunderstorm warning's over, but when that severe thunderstorm warning goes away, your tornado threat probably will be over there in Dun Allen as we look there in toward that area in southwestern Marion County. Again, tornado threat's over in Bradford. It looks like it's pretty much over in Levy. As they're looking, a lot to in Clare, kind of right on the edge still, but they probably get taken out too soon in the next update. We just got the severe thunderstorm warning expire, and it looks like here now, by the way, it looks like they're going to keep it to 130, but not have it go past that. We hadn't really got too crazy in numbers, but we did get some power outages, readings up to about 3,000, so that's, pretty noteworthy, even though the actual sensors haven't picked up anything, but it's possible in between them. We could have got some higher gusts in some neighborhoods, all that population growth there in toward Marion County. So at 1:23, the severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Alachua, Marion and southwestern Putnam, it was indicated at that point that that'll expire at 1:30. The storm was prompted. A warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer poses an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. However, gusty winds are still possible with this thunderstorm, and still that tornado watch officially in effect. But the warning still goes to 1:30, even though it's not on the map here right now. But, just always, whenever thunder roars, though, anyway, just go indoors and you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building and stay away from windows. But, again, we still got that tornado watch in place. So, just something to kind of bear in mind here. As we're tracking things in toward the Weather Center, still for, Marion County, that tornado watch in play here as we look past 1:30 for a little longer in toward that timeline. So, again, continuing to give you guys the very latest. You see some of that wind there moving across. Eureka there, and from Ocala to Lynn, the community there. You have right around State Road 200, County Road 484, some heavier downpours. I know, got a viewer there talking about Rainbow Springs and some of the different areas there. I know, just continuing to give you guys the latest. Of course, we're talking about Rainbow Springs State Park there in toward Dun Ellen, it seems, and a situation there. Yeah, definitely just gotta always be careful when you get caught out. Maybe, or, out in some of these areas here, just gotta, obviously, just be extra careful here in these type of situations. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. We're just trying to let you know what's going on. Trying to be here for you. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom back out a little bit on the Doppler. I know, today's event, haven't seen too much, but, in future events, we could always end up having, something much more. We've covered quite a bit here, tropical cyclones, and, we've covered tornadic events that have been pretty impactful here over the years. So make sure you hit that subscribe button on YouTube if you haven't already, so you can see future coverage there from me, here, meteorologist Casey Cloud, based here in Stark, Florida, covering our 38 counties. Just, keep it here, the cloud weather for the latest. I know we've been covering so much for you guys here, over this last half, decade, that last decade period or so. And in fact, let's go ahead and take a quick look back at that. I'll be back in 60 seconds. I'm going to catch my breath real quick. That's severe thunderstorm warning going away at 1:30 there in toward Marion County. I-75 to US 27, some heavy rain. Also over toward Lynn, State Road 40. I know that severe thunderstorm warning really going away at 1:30. Not seeing a whole bunch here right now, but we're going to still be with you. But just going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll look back at some of the big weather events I've been covering here in the Weather Center over that last half decade or so. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's why we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather. Back here in the Weather Center, that severe thunderstorm warning going away here momentarily. It's not on the map here anymore because they sent out the expiration statement to the Weather Service in Jacksonville. But I know you'll see it, in theory, even though it's off the map, that potential is still for another couple minutes. But you have some advisories here in play. Significant advisories in play. There's also a special marine warning out of the Tampa office. This issue, they're talking about water spout potential as we're looking from about Inglewood to areas there around Tarpon Springs, 20 to 60 nautical miles until about 2:30. So something to be watching down there, some of the different areas, that's something the Tampa TV and digital meteorologists will be watching down in that zone as we look and as we track things throughout the afternoon down there. Of course, our coverage will cut off once we get past Marion and Flagler, with all this here. So not too much longer, really. But again, just appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me in toward the Weather Center. I just really, want you guys to stay safe out there this afternoon as we're looking at the overall meteorological storyline. It's just so important here to stay on top of everything that is going on here. When there's weather, it's always important to just, to stay weather aware here as things go on. You just want to be on top of everything here. You just want to, really be watchful. I know, just appreciate everybody, watching here on the platforms today. I know, on Facebook had folks watching like Suzanne there as well. Just again, I appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me. I know I'm kind of starting to lose my voice because I've been on for so long. But again, just, really appreciate everybody watching here as we give you guys that very latest there. Just trying to give you guys that latest information here in the Weather Center as things evolve here in terms of that overall weather picture. I know, obviously I've given you guys the latest here, on YouTube, also on Facebook there, Casey Cloud WX, Cloud Weather on Facebook. You have Twitter/X there, that's that platform. You have at Cloud Casey. You have Twitch Cloud Weather. You have cloudweather.com. Definitely watching things. Definitely tracking them. And they're downstate, Citrus, Hernando. Significant advisor down there. That's not our area, but something, to watch downstate. As the meteorologist downstate, I'll be watching things here in terms of the overall weather picture. I know, speaking of downstate, it's got a warning downstate, Seminole and Orange down there. So, second warning of the day, and that's not in our area, unlike the other one, but it's something to watch around Ocoee there. So I'm sure the Orlando meteorologist will be on top of that. Not our area again, but right around some of those areas there, not too far away from Windermere. Starting to see some wind enhancement on the terminal Doppler, and it's an airport Doppler, so it gives you a little bit closer look because the Melbourne radar is over here, and it's not even working right now. So having to use that terminal Doppler more with some of that stuff down there today. I know the Moody radar is not working up in our neck of the woods, so again, something to be mindful of. But you can see inward parts of Flagler County, a little bit of wind enhancement around Crescent City, some wind enhancement around Salt Springs. Some of that moving on down toward areas like in Lake and Volusia counties here, I know, as we monitor things in toward that zone. That's out of our area, but just the idea of it, moving out into some different zones, people traveling and the like. So, again, watching the different readings here. We track. Let me see if there's anything here in terms of the latest. FSU baseball still slated to start at 2. They have that doubleheader planned. After we had that rain out last night, had some of that beneficial rain yesterday. Didn't have any warnings over there, so that definitely was some good news in terms of that rain. Even though you don't like games being impacted, but you need the rain without the severe warnings, without that severe impact. By the way, got a viewer question about Sarasota County. Not our area, but you can kind of see. Some of us will kind of try to dive down here. For those maybe traveling or with interest down there later on. Let me get the latest high-res modeling up here. This is 4 o'clock on the model, 5, 6. You can kind of see it diving down some. 7, 8 p.m. Down there in that area. It'll be weakening as it gets there. It may not have like a tornado watch situation, but could have some stronger storms here at times. So that's something to bear in mind for sure. Okay, we got some local updates now. This is some important information because we just cleared out a lot to Bradford and Clay now from the tornado watch. Still continuing Flagler, Marion, Putnam, St. John's, and Levy for now, but you have, again, a lot to Bradford and Clay out of the tornado watch now, which is great news. So officially out of it, a lot to Bradford and Clay now. So that's what you like. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to hear as we look at the overall meteorological storyline. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest here. Okay, so it looks like around, let's see, Shady Hills, Bayonet Point. As we look, I know down, some of those areas getting out of our viewing circle, Lando Lakes, but there's that potential down there if you're under that tornado watch to stay vigilant here, as we look and as we track. So, down south of Levy, Marion, Flagler, and Putnam, that's, something where we won't be covering, extensively because that's not our viewing circle, but, the local meteorologist down there will be covering the situation, but there's still a tornado watch, so yes, stay vigilant. Let's go over to tornado watch safety tips here again. Tornado watch means stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. Conditions favorable for tornadic activity there as we look and as we track, in theory here in terms of that overall meteorological picture. The only warning right now in the state, is down toward Orange County. By the way, Marion County, though, we had that severe thunderstorm warning just expire. 5,370 customers in the dark, 3,053 on Seco Energy, 1,262 on Clay Electric, and then 607 on Duke Energy, 448 on Ocala Electric Utility. That's not a huge percentage. Only about 2.33% according to Preparedness.com. Preparedness, .us, but it's a situation there that's still, a good bit in terms of customers of that electricity. Definitely the most in the state of Florida. In fact, it's the most in the country because the next highest state's Texas under 5,000. So Marion County with the most power is in terms of customers out in the country right now, in terms of that electrical, issue there because of some storm activity or any cause whatsoever there, as we're looking at least toward the lower 48. So again, trying to give you guys the very latest here, trying to keep you guys informed. Again, always important to keep these safety tips here in mind, but we'll go ahead and move away from those here for a moment and get back to that Doppler. Get back to that Doppler perspective as we try to keep you guys up to date, try to keep you informed. Just important to always watch things. Of course, we need that rain, though. That rain can be very helpful. That rain can be very helpful as we're looking here, as we're tracking things. And just south of the area in Beverly Hills and Citrus County, we have a situation where viewers reporting in right now that it is pouring out there. Definitely some of that heavier rain there as we're looking and as we're tracking things on that Doppler perspective. You can see some of these areas there in towards Citrus County, being impacted there for sure with some of that, Lecanto and the like. Again, that's just outside of the area, but still, Beverly Hills getting into some of that as well, that community there in Citrus County. So again, just trying to let you guys know what's going on. Trying to advise you here. Let's go ahead, and I know we need that rain. Let's remind everybody that drought index, here, and just drought monitor, really. We got about 0.52 here on the rain gauge east of Stark, where I'm at in Bradford County in north central Florida. But on that drought, monitor here, you can see right on the edge between exceptional and extreme drought. It's not a good situation in Brantley County in Georgia. Just all that, destruction there of fire, devastation. The humidity values had improved some, which helped us. We had some rain. They're going to drop some tomorrow. I've had the rain today, so hopefully we don't get anything too crazy going. The soil moisture getting a little bit better, improving in terms of that moisture a little bit, but we're still way, way behind for what we need here in terms of that overall precipitation. And let's look here. We won't go too far out on this because we're, I'm taking some stuff off of the screen, by the way, if you're wondering, but we still got to watch, of course. But I'm just going to go to some of the longer-ish range modeling to look for our next chance of rain. This is the GFS here getting out tonight. You see things getting to Central Florida weakening in general, and South Florida tomorrow some, but I'll be watching stuff down there. But then as you look here, let me broaden this view just a little bit here so we can get an idea of the next weather pattern, and different weather patterns that come into play, into view, the storm systems, toward the 5th or so, maybe a little bit of moisture trying to come in. So, we have the 4th there on Monday, the 5th Tuesday. We started maybe by the 6th there. We just continue to watch. I know, as we look here on the Doppler, some more robust acts, and it looks like maybe toward Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee there. See how the parameters set up, but that'd be something those local digital meteorologists to be following, and those local, broadcast meteorologists as well in those different areas here. As the situation evolves, you can see maybe something trying to come down on the 7th here to South Georgia, but not a whole bunch of rain, and we get in toward the 8th there a little bit. You can kind of see, and then we'll look at the 9th. Again, not a whole bunch here in that picture after today. So we still have to be careful watching, temperature's going to drop a good bit, maybe upper 40s, lower 50s tonight. So we'll go ahead and stop looking at that since I get, once it gets so far, I just never know, but with the reliability on some of that. But again, trying to keep you guys up to date. Seeing that wind shift here in Bradford from the north more so now, bringing in some cool air down to 60. Gonna be cool at that FSU baseball game and those games, the doubleheader, windbreaker weather there in early May, graduation day. It's something to be that cool and spring graduation day there in Tallahassee. one of the days of it, and that's where we're at, though. We're a little warmer, toward the east. 70 in Gainesville, 70 Keystone, 66 here east of Stark on my thermometer, 66 in Jacksonville, 74 there in St. Johns County and St. Augustine there. So a little warmer in Flagler County, 81. Still got some of the parameters, but they don't really overlap that great in terms of the supercell composite down there. More so bad to the west, but we're already starting to get a lot of that main line pushed in our far southern periphery here at this point. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. I know if you were talking about will it fall apart before it gets to Tampa, that's always a big question here. I know, it's pretty warm out there. It's hard to say. I know that's something where you really want to follow your local meteorologist, but right at the coast, I'd want to be aware because, you have sometimes a tendency to be a little bit more, in terms of the meteorology, a little bit more unstable here in terms of the atmosphere right at the coast. So if something's going to make it, it may make it just on shore and then kind of fall apart. There's a tornado watch, so you definitely got to stay vigilant. Have multiple ways to get alerts. So I would just for now, based on everything, middle of the afternoon as well, assume it may make it there toward like South Tampa, east at 40 or give or take some movement. So, hour and a half, hour, something like that out as I back it up a little and go forward. So that's something to watch there in West Central Florida. As we go ahead and look here at the Doppler again. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest. You can see here, eastern parts of Marion, got a little bit of wind kind of, showing up here. Even back behind, a little bit of, gustiness, maybe Salt Springs, Georgetown, Satsuma, Pomona Park. A little bit of wind enhancement. Let me put this into looping motion. Sometimes you can get some gust here. I know, sometimes you'll get like wake low scenarios here meteorologically, as we're tracking, and it's just a general storyline, as we're looking at the overall situation. Sometimes when things, try to weaken some, they can kind of push out wind too. Just different things that can happen in the overall meteorological, really realm. So moving into Flagler, it doesn't look like it's going to get like a warning or anything, but may cause some isolated to scattered power, as is there Crescent City to Bonao to Flagler Beach as we look there over the next little bit. So that's something to watch, and then to be watching in Volusia as well, down, state south of our viewing circle. So again, continuing to give you guys the latest. Again, keeping you guys informed here. Keeping you guys up to date on everything that's happening. Again, things overall haven't been too crazy. We just had the one local warning, now one warning downstate in Central Florida, in the Orlando television market, and I'm sure they're following down there. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail around Orlando and Apopka. People, maybe traveling down there to see if UCF graduation. I mean, I've been down there before for family members with UCF graduation, and, from up here and, down there, maybe let's see, the next weekend? Okay, it's next weekend for them. FSU and UF and FAMU all this weekend, but I see UCF is next weekend, so. But still, some storminess down there, people going, traveling through there to get to the theme parks or something like that, could have some impacts. As we track. Interesting wind enhancement moving into parts of Lake and Volusia, but, just kind of interesting. You can see some of the lightning there around Bonao. North Flagler County, eastern Marion. Again, we're getting kind of on the edge, with some of this of the area. I mean, it's just a small sliver now where we still really have that potential. May not have to stick with this too much longer here into where the weather center is. Most of us, we're out of the tornado watch in Alachua, Bradford, and Clay. So we're down to 5 in the watch in our area. Levy doesn't really have a threat anymore. Tampa will have to trim that back soon. That's 4. So really 4 counties, and I would even say St. John's. So really it's just 3 counties here with some type of low, but not 0, but low tornado threat. remaining Marion, Putnam, and Flagler here within our area. So let me check some things here. I see you got to discuss an update from the Jacksonville office here. It's got some rip current concern at the beaches. That's something to keep in mind, later on in this, evening. A little cool, but if you're walking out there and decide you want to get in the water, again, a little bit cool, but, rip current's a risk, so keep that in mind. Folks may be visiting something like that. I know the thunderstorms can be moving offshore here. Southeast Georgia, so beneficial rain, according to the Weather Service, 1 to 2 inches in general, or light shower this afternoon, but the cloud cover, clearing could get a little bit of a rise in temperatures, but they're not much above 60 degrees up there. Low temperatures dipping into the 40s over inland southeast Georgia and 50 elsewhere as we're tracking things. 50 elsewhere. Also patchy fog possible as we're looking there inland southeast Georgia there in the early Sunday. I know fog, smoke can mix, sometimes too. That's something to keep in mind. High pressure will settle in over the area next, a week really as that begins, and then the frontal boundary presses southward over the peninsula, according to the Jack's office here. Dry weather, mostly clear skies. Onshore winds becoming breezier, the conditions for the coastal counties with that diurnal sea breeze, and then core temperatures will be in place on Sunday with the max temperatures rising in the mid to upper 70s, but then warmer in the low to mid 80s by Monday with the overnight lows similar. They're warming up some as we're looking there from the upper 40s and lower 50s on Sunday, and then later on as we get into that week, you talk about mid to upper 50s even, and even further on you warm up, and then next chance for widespread rainfall around late next week, it looks like, according to the Weather Service. They're saying, Jack's office again, potential for showers and storms will increase by the end of the week as high pressure over the region moves off to the east and convection developing ahead of an advancing cold front pressing in from out of the northwest moves across the forecast area. High temperatures will peak into the 90s by midweek, with temperatures dropping to be more near the seasonal average towards the latter part of the week. So this is the storyline. I know rip current risk, moderate today at the area beaches. The breezy north to northeasterly winds, they'll be, involved, with that storyline here, and the building surf on Sunday will create a higher, in moderate risk with a high risk possible at the northeast Florida beaches, and that persistent onshore wind. Those onshore winds will continue early next week and will keep a higher in moderate risk in place at area beaches with a high risk possible towards midweek at the northeast Florida beaches as southeasterly winds strengthen. And then as we look toward those fire weather concerns, Sunday conditions begin to dry out behind the front, potentially bringing elevated fire danger conditions over inland locations. Generally drier conditions and lighter winds will then be expected for the beginning of the next work week with minimum relative humidity values. They're critical for inland parts of the region through midweek. Elevated mixing heights by Tuesday and through midweek will bring the chance for areas of high dispersions across inland locations. And again, patchy fog, southeast Georgia tomorrow morning. If there's any of that lingering smoke, that could mix a little. So got to be careful with that, of course. So that's kind of the storyline there as we break things down a little bit longer, a little bit more, in depth a little bit later on as we're looking at the overall situation. Again, today's been a day here where things, that could have been a lot more active in terms of warnings. We had the one formal warning in our area with the tornado watch in the southern periphery, but could have been a lot worse. There will be days here, when I'm on the air covering things that are a lot more dangerous here in terms of that overall meteorological picture. So, just make sure you're watching on Cloud Weather. You have, YouTube at Cloud Weather in mind there. You subscribe to that. That's free to do. You can even enable notifications to be notified when I go live. So that's something to keep in mind here too. We'll be making some big enhancements and upgrades in the weeks and months to come. So keep it tuned here for all of that as we look at the overall weather picture. So again, there's something to kind of keep in mind here. I know one thing we haven't shown today, storm spotters. And I know that's something, I guess that's not shown on this map anymore. Interesting. It used to show on here unless there's nobody out today, but again, continuing to give you guys the very latest. You can see some of those winds here, again, shifting around, and our barometric pressure here, 1,010 millibars east of Stark. We're up to 0.52 inches on that rain gauge. You see some of that stuff coming in toward west central Florida, but in our area, southeastern Marion County, we're still watching some of this, and then Flagler County, but now Palm Coast toward I-95. Some of these nasty conditions starting to come in. They're sub-severe, though, in our coverage area, it seems, at this moment, which is great news, obviously, as we look and as we monitor things. That's what we like to see, what we like to hear. Get some of that rain and get sub-severe in terms of the overall, hazards there. And see those 12-hour rainfall totals, dark green about 4/10 of an inch, give or take. Those lighter blues about 9/10, and toward Bradford, and we're about 5/10 east of Stark. Some spots in Gilchrist, a little over an inch, and a lot more concentrated from like McClenny and Jacksonville off northwest, and some areas in Tallahassee area, picking up 2+ inches, same in toward like Thomas County in Georgia. So, yeah, definitely seeing that here, the storyline as we look, as we monitor things here with the overall weather picture. So let me go ahead and see what I can pull up here in terms of some traffic cameras. I was, been alluding to some of that, but we'll go ahead and show you one of these here toward Flagler County where those conditions are deteriorating. We're going to go ahead and see you that here. Definitely telling that story as we give you guys the very latest. I-95 northbound at mile marker 289, looking off toward the north and west, everybody with their headlights on and the like. Looks like we just got a new advisory there from the Weather Service in Jacksonville. We're talking about a strong thunderstorm will impact Flagler and southeastern Putnam counties through 2:30 p.m. At 1:51, Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm 7 miles southeast of Crescent City, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, but now Crescent City, Andalusia there, as well as Beverly Beach and Hispaniola. So, again, that's the storyline there as we're looking off toward, the southeast part of the viewing area through about, it looks like 2:30 p.m. So, let me go ahead and move away from this viewpoint right now. Again, giving you guys the very latest here, letting you guys know what's happening. Let me check on some of the updated numbers. We have about 6,941 customers in the dark in Marion County, or about 3%. 142 customers out in Putnam County. As we track, again, looking at the Doppler, watching this progressing here. May pretty much be done with everything in our covered area here, by around 2:30, give or take, is what it's looking like right now. You have some of those winds coming out of the northwest, bringing in some, not much, but a little bit cooler conditions. Definitely a little bit drier weather, and gotta be careful with that fire danger. But again, just keeping you guys up to date on all that here. Got a viewer there in the middle of the storm, Alberto there, I believe how you'd say that, as we're looking, a viewer in the middle of the storm there, as we're watching things, as we're tracking things here, and definitely, getting some of those impacts here on this Saturday afternoon. Just trying to keep you guys up to date. Central Florida with a severe storm, but again, that's not our area. They have their local meteorologists covering that. The tornado watch is for a few counties here still, as we're watching the overall situation here on I-95 there, out toward Lake Palm Coast there. Definitely getting some of these storm, type conditions. I mean, we showed you that camera view here a few minutes ago, as we're letting you guys know what is happening with the overall storyline. It's just, it's just always important to be mindful of here with that weather situation, the overall, big picture really. This is so, imperative to stay on top of. So as we look and as we, I know those beach plans that are being impacted there in toward that area. Let me see if I can pull up some more cameras from that zone. As these conditions worsen there a little bit. We'll try to get another camera view up. This is a pretty dramatic one, I-95 there. You can see what's going on. As we tell that story, that weather story there, you can kind of see here what we're tracking. You can see that reduced visibility. And it's definitely something where folks have to take it easy for a little bit there. I know different plans, people moving about, around there. Just got to be really careful here as we're looking at the overall weather situation. It's just, there's always, something you got to be bearing in mind with these, conditions when they deteriorate here, for a bit. You just got to make sure you have your lights on for one and wipers on, but just taking it slow there on the road. You don't want to have those, those slick spots here. You don't want to hydroplane. You don't want to have, issues here in terms of things along those lines. I mean, it's something here, you hit that slick spot, and especially when the rain first gets going, and that can definitely be problematic. So, the oil's mixing on the road and the like. I know things sometimes can improve pretty quick, though, in some of these camera views. That's intriguing here as we, monitor things at the, different points here of our 38 county viewing circle here. So we'll go back on over to that Doppler vantage point. Again, you can see some of that heavier rain there. And by the way, we just got a mesoscale discussing. By the way, new severe thunderstorm warning in central Florida. There's 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and inside hail concern for Seminole, Central Orange, South Central Volusia until about 2:30. Orlando, Deltona, Sanford, Altamont Springs, and Oviedo for your family and friends down there. And then a mesoscale discussing that red circled area from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. They're saying the summary of this is that the potential for a severe and damaging wind gust and a couple tornadoes continues across tornado watch number 183. And when they say 183, that means that's the 183rd convective watch of the year issued by that group there, in the country. About 4 months here, a third of 2026 already gone, and then a band of thunderstorms along a surface cold front extending from near the Ocala National Forest southwestward into the eastern Gulf has produced a few measured wind gusts in the 45 to 55-mile-an-hour range over the past 1 to 2 hours, and continued insulation amid surface dew points near 70 is yielding 1,000 to 2,000 joules per kilogram there, a mixed layered cape across much of the Florida Peninsula ahead of this line. Strong effective bulk shear of 40 to 50 plus knots per the latest mesoanalysis will continue to promote storm organization with shear vectors oriented parallel to the cold front, favoring a linear storm mode, and then the presence of some of the mid-level dry air evident in some different profiles there of the atmosphere, as well as an increasingly steep low-level lapse rate situation. Again, I'm reading this verbatim pretty much from the Storm Prediction Center. This mesoscale discussing those lapse rates, those increasingly steep level lapse rates will continue to support the potential for strong to severe wind gusts, and despite largely veered surface winds, a couple of tornadoes also remain possible given that modestly favorable low-level shear, profile situation, with the greatest potential likely existing with any line segments that attain a more favorable north to south orientation, given generally western and westerly shear vectors there. And a small to marginally severe hail may also occur with any stronger updrafts, especially any persistent, more discrete updrafts forming ahead of the main line. So, in theory, a tornado with this could have winds as high as 110 miles an hour. Wind gusts, most probable peak wind gusts could be up to 70 miles an hour in the worst case, and the most probable peak hail size up to 1.25 inches. So not extreme numbers, but still, if you got to those high-end numbers, that would be very impactful for a few folks. So something that they'll be watching downstate more so than we will up here as, starts to transition here south of the covered area. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. Trying to give you guys the very latest. I know we've been watching things, for that enhanced coverage area. 38 counties. I'm in Bradford County where we picked about a ½ inch of rain today. Just trying to keep you guys informed here. It's about our local commitment, to the covered area. Things starting to kind of wind down in Marion even, but still going in Flagler here a bit. Putnam starting to kind of get on, the southern Putnam, even on the far periphery of things. So watch may not last too much longer. Some of those zones, St. John's, I'm sure that'll be gone soon. Next update from the Jack's office with the, county issuance, details, dropping them. But again, continuing to watch, continuing to track here the different meteorological points. I know we've been tracking things here in the Weather Center for over half a decade. Been on for every tornado warning storm in the covered area since late 2019. Had some pretty big events here, and, Tallahassee tornado situation 2 years ago. In May, the hurricanes, Helene, Idalia, Debbie, we've covered it all here for you. And just I appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting me, and we'll have more, in 60 seconds. But we'll look back at some of that coverage now here that we've done here over about the last half decade or so, all the different events, including, of course, that winter storm situation. We had all that snow, there in more like Gadsden County, for instance. That was something back there, not too long ago, and toward the beginning of 2025. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's why we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather. Again, back with you here in the Weather Center. I know we could always have a storm like Elsa, this year, even if the season's not too active. It's a July storm system that had quite a bit of a tornado impact in our area. So, different things can happen in terms of the weather scenarios here meteorologically for sure. As we look and as we watch things, I know we're almost done with today's local event. I mean, they'll be watching downstate. We're still watching in Flagler County. We have an advisory. That's the only spot pretty much. I mean, kind of goes a little bit, on the edges, but really it's about Flagler County here at this point. As we look with that significant weather advisory, around Bunnell there. As we get right around US 1, I-95 there, getting off toward Flagler Beach, southern Marion, there's still some stuff, Bellevue and Weirsdale here as we look. Of course, they'll be watching stuff Central Florida's way. Of course, as we look down there, them, in that area, those local meteorologists. So make sure you're, tuning in down there, as things sift, into toward that zone, and as we wrap up coverage here in just a little bit. But, again, I appreciate everybody watching here. I know always on those different platforms. Just make sure, I've seen some of the coverage we've done over the last half decade or so. Been on for a lot bigger, events than what we're dealing with today. But definitely a really, high number of viewers today. And I appreciate every single one of you guys tuning in and trusting me. And I hope you guys stick with me here, as we, have, much bigger, sometimes, unfortunately, weather events here in the future to have to cover in terms of that overall storyline. I know you want to make sure. You just want to make sure you're watching on Facebook there, Casey Cloud WX. That's one platform. Cloud Weather. You have Twitter/X at Cloud Casey. Definitely can just watch right here on YouTube at Cloud Weather, where most of you are watching. Again, I appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting me. And you can go and hit that subscribe button so you see future content. It's free. to hit that button, hit the like button on this if you haven't already too. Of course, just stay tuned here for all that weather insight here that I can offer you guys. And you have Twitch Cloud Weather, you have cloudweather.com, where you have some different things on there, different links to the different platforms that we're on here in the Weather Center. You have Facebook, you have Twitter, X, you have, YouTube, you have Twitch, and the interactive radar, that's so helpful there. We'll have, different things and different platforms coming for you in the weeks and months to come as we enhance that weather commitment to you guys, the viewers at home, in toward that Weather Center. It's just so important. Things, especially in the summertime, can change in a, heartbeat here in terms of the meteorology. You have different boundaries involved, the sea breeze situation, things coming together. And we'll be here, for you for all of that as we look ahead into toward that timeline. We're almost out of, here with this storm situation, but now Corona getting into this. It's going to be in toward Flagler Beach at the, Pier area here soon. And, and then we're down here in the far southeastern periphery of the covered area with all this. So, again, just continuing to track here the situation. Continuing to keep you guys up to date. But, as you look here, you're seeing the gust about 21 a little while ago, Keystone Airport. We're going to go ahead and show you here the situation in terms of some of those temperatures here. As you look, as you track, you see the cool air, 59 toward Valdosta, 59 Thomasville. As you look there, you have 61 Tallahassee. You can see some warmer air, a little bit out toward like the Lone Star State, but we have cool air coming in tonight. So, that'll be something to watch. But look how warm it is downstate in the 90s. Look at that, 97 down toward Hollywood, Florida right now. Very warm. That heat index into triple digits there even. So, something to definitely follow down there. Definitely something to be on top of. Something to definitely be mindful of here with the overall meteorological storyline. Just really, always important to be watchful of here as we try to just keep you guys informed. But this stuff starts to move out of North Florida, and that's some good news, obviously, as things start to transition off toward the south, out of our zone. But we're going to be watching for, our neighbors will be, the meteorologists down there, be watching for them. As we still, I know, have a significant, weather advisory situation for like Flagler, but then a severe thunderstorm warning for Seminole, Orange, and Volusia downstate in central Florida. Sanford, Oviedo, Winter Springs, Castleberry, Lake Mary, if you're traveling down there. If you're in our area, normally living in our area, but you're down there this weekend visiting, some family and friends, something like that. Tuliota, Geneva, something along those lines. Very important there. This is, even with the storms in our area when thunder roars go indoors, but there you actually could have some damage and wind along with some quarter-size hail. So, again, it's a situation here. We've been tracking it all here for you. We're going to take one last break, and then we're going to start to wrap things up here, I think. I don't think we're going to get another warning here for our area today, and the tornado watch will be going away soon after. So, I'm going to give you one little break here, 60-second time out here, and then we'll be right back to wrap it up. So, keep it tuned right here on Cloud Weather. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned, everybody, as we are still watching for a bit longer. Still keeping those tornado watch safety tips in mind. Especially downstate for our neighbors down there. But our threat is starting to wane. Just really southern Flagler, for just a few more moments, continuing to watch the overall meteorological situation. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather. Back with you here. It's 2:11 p.m. I know down in Flagler County, definitely seeing that weather. This is one of the more dramatic spots, dangerous weather. In some cases, one of the more dramatic spots we've had. This is a viewpoint here. I-95 northbound at mile marker 281.6. Looking off toward the north and west. This is why, some of these conditions, it can be so dangerous. Even if they're not severe, you have just a, hard situation to be able to see things on the road in. I know that camera looked like we just lost. Maybe the signal might have just been lost, but definitely telling that weather story as we're looking and as we're tracking out that way there in the far southeastern periphery of the viewing area. Power outage numbers now, and we had that one warning for the area today, and Marion County, impacted almost 8,000 customers in the dark there now. 7,784 customers without electricity there in toward parts of Marion County. So, again, something to be mindful of down there as we're looking and as we're tracking. Hopefully power will come back on pretty quick in toward that area as we're looking at the very latest information. I know 7,784 customers in the dark there. You have, looks like next highest in our area, the Lotto, only 407. So, the bulk of the outage is right there in that southern periphery. We talked about the parameters coming together. That's about, looks like 3.38% of that county in the dark, according to poweroutage.com data there, as we look toward Marion County there. So, again, just trying to update you guys on everything here. Tornado watch goes for a little longer as we look there in that southern periphery. By the way, when you have power outages, sometimes that can just be caused by lightning, but also sometimes wind. It could be minor wind, or it could be, wind damage even. So we'll be, everybody in the weather enterprise will be curious to see what might have happened there as we look, over the last little bit in toward that zone in terms of that overall impact. It'll be kind of intriguing to see, hopefully nothing too bad. By the way, you see the temperature starting to drop out of the 80s now in Palm Coast with some of that heavier rain there in toward that area, in toward Flagler County, as we're looking down that way. So, again, I really appreciate everybody tuning in. We've had a, really, outstanding number of views here and viewers here in terms of that coverage today on YouTube, 171 right now. Just appreciate everybody really tuning in. Appreciate everybody watching me, trusting me. It hadn't been too bad today compared to other events, but definitely a lot of folks with a lot of interest here in this today here, as it impacts the Sunshine State and, especially and just in focus, and with the focus on our area here, and it's just now right getting into Flagler, be off soon, a little bit of southern Flagler too, and it'll be in toward more so Ormond Beach with some of this over the next few minutes. So, again, I know, if you want to watch future coverage, of course, going to have much more impactful weather than this, at some point, don't know when, but much more impactful weather. So you just, encourage you guys here to tune in on the different platforms. Of course, I know you have YouTube here, so hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. You hit that subscribe button there, YouTube there. At Cloud Weather is so important, just because if you do that, you'll be able to see more coverage here when things that are even more dangerous, this was a lower end event compared to most, but when we have higher end events, you'll be able to see coverage for the 38 counties here that I cover, there, youtube.com/really at Cloud Weather, just go over there, hit that subscribe button, and you'll be seeing coverage, for the future events here that I have, in terms of the weather impacts here from north central, northeast Florida, the Florida Big Bend, and into those adjacent South Georgia counties as well. So make sure you do that there. Hit that subscribe button. If you haven't done so already, you don't want to hit it twice and then, accidentally unsubscribe, but just, there at YouTube, that's something you can do. I know it's easier to do than you would think sometimes if you're in a hurry or something, but again, I'm just trying to give you guys the latest. We're also on Facebook there, KC Cloud WX. Share different things sometimes on there, that maybe aren't enough to go on with live coverage on YouTube and the other platforms. You have Cloud Weather, Facebook as well. You have Twitter there. That's the X platform at Cloud Casey. You have YouTube at Cloud Weather, as we've alluded to. Again, I appreciate, really do from, the bottom of my heart, really appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting me here today. You have Twitch Cloud Weather. You have cloud.com with all the different, platforms here, that are, available listed there. And you have the interactive radar, some other things, get your tornado safety tips over there on the severe tab, for instance. You look at the EF scale in terms of the different ratings tornadoes can have in terms of their wind speeds based on what the damage surveys indicate there. Hopefully we don't have to have any of those after today, but might have some of that, especially maybe downstate. We'll see as we look and as we track things. I know just something to be watching, downstate as we look ahead and toward that timeline, as we have that tornado watch continue a little bit longer down there, as we give you guys that very latest information. So again, I just hope you guys have a great rest of that Saturday. Have a great, Saturday, a blessed rest of your weekend here. I know, congratulations to all those college graduates there, from all the different schools, and, just want everybody to stay safe, obviously, downstate as well. It's a lot warmer down there. You see that temperature contrast. You have 68 there on Ocala, but 84 on Leesburg there in toward, areas in central Florida, warmer down there. They still have some of those favorable conditions. But really, just that far southeastern part of Flagler, just, significant weather advisory, not even severe warning. Those conditions are starting to wind down right there around I-95, really transitioning off into Volusia here over the next couple moments. I know you can see Beverly Beach, Flagler Beach getting some of the heavy downpours there, but that's about to move really, and probably already starting to the worst and the heaviest wind and rain from that moving to the coastal waters. And then you just have a far southeastern Flagler, and that'll be moving into far northern and northeastern Volusia County here. And you have this stuff down here into the villages. I know that gets out of our area there, but definitely watching, those folks will be down there, and, the meteorologists in that area and the like. But I-95 is starting to kind of, shift on off there as we look toward Ormond Beach, over the next few moments. And it's, going to be something where we had that beneficial rain. Some spots getting multiple inches of rain, some spots getting like a half inch like we did here east of Stark. So could have been more, could have been more, as I'm losing my voice here because I've been on for so long. But, some areas you're still adding the totals, up a little bit. Those light blues starting to get more to an inch in those zones, but then those purples getting closer to 2 inches, at least an inch and a half or so. But some of those lighter purples, 2.5 inches. Some radar estimates were even more than that off toward, the Big Bend region, a little bit of Leon and Wakulla counties. So, again, something to definitely be mindful of, something to touch on here. And just, still be vigilant downstate with that tornado watch as we look down there. Folks down there in toward that area will be monitoring that. They'll be tracking that a little bit longer. We still have it officially for a few of our counties, but really, the threat is winding on down here in toward the local zones, which is obviously the great news, getting some of that rain and not getting, from what I can tell, of course, sometimes things can come in a little bit later, but not too many of the adverse consequences. I know, let me go ahead and look here real quick to make sure we don't have any new updates on things. Let's check, I know Bradford County Fire Rescue. I saw a report of a fire earlier. I don't see anything on there, though, on their Facebook and NOAA reports here as of the latest in Bradford with any incidents. So that's good news. So yeah, this is shifting south here toward Ormond Beach and the like, down in that Orlando TV market and Tampa TV market too on the other side of the state. So, I know folks down there in the, meteorology realm will be covering all of it down there. But again, just one last time, appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting me. Of course, if you haven't already subscribed there, it's free to subscribe on YouTube there at Cloud Weather to my coverage, for future events and much more maybe impactful weather events. Hit that subscribe button. It's free to do so. You also have Facebook. You can like the Facebook page there, Casey Cloud WX. You have Cloud Weather. If you're not following me on the X platform on Twitter, follow me there. I add some different storylines. I'll have coming up here. Sometimes we post like weather graphics and You won't be able to see those on YouTube. So follow me there on Twitter at Cloud Casey. The X platform. Follow me there at Facebook. Sometimes I'm to be streaming, for a lot of stuff, but sometimes maybe not enough to stream. I'll have a post there on Facebook, on Twitter/X, which you won't be able to see on YouTube. So follow me over there as well on the different platforms as I keep you guys safe and informed here for our local 38 county area. Cloud weather country is what I'm calling it here as we're enhancing our coverage. And you can kind of see a new severe thunderstorm warning down south, down there, Seminole, Brevard, Volusia, 3 around Scottsmore or Maytown, Titusville, Oak Hill, Mims. Those areas getting some storm action that could be severe with those, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail type of storylines. But that's slipping south of the covered area, and the meteorologist down there will have you covered. But for now, enjoy your day. Have a blessed rest of that weekend. Again, I appreciate you guys tuning in. Appreciate you guys trusting me. Just stay safe out there still. Maybe a few slick spots on the roads. We'll be having a pretty cool night tonight. So if you're getting up really early to go to Sunday school tomorrow or something along those lines, or just for, early breakfast, something like that on that Sunday, definitely be a little bit chilly. You might want to grab a light jacket, something like that. So that's something to kind of keep in mind here, as we're looking toward our counties, some upper 40s, lower 50s, the storyline. So that'll do it. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for trusting me for all these, last 5 hours or so. And trust me in the future on the different platforms. Make sure you follow me on there. Enjoy that day, everybody. Stay safe out there. As you see those marine warnings popping on up, those blue boxes off toward the east, as you see some of those marine conditions, transitioning over there. But you still have stuff coming toward Tampa. They could get some pretty strong weather down there. Some pretty rough weather down toward the Tampa area as the conditions deteriorate down toward like Hillsborough County, Pinellas County and the like. And there could be some nasty weather down there with a tornado watch in play down that way, officially until 6 o'clock. So may not be that threat that long, but follow your local meteorologist. That could be something where we could get a quick spin up tornado, maybe a little more likely there than it would be, further east there. So it's something to watch down there. But for now, enjoy your day.